Chair recognizes Professor Blakey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accord with its mandate, the Select Committee undertook to assess the quality of the CIA's performance in its investigation of Oswald and its working relationship with the Warren Commission. The investigation covered all periods of Oswald's life when he came in contact with an official entity overseas, either U.S. or foreign. It included Oswald's hitch in the Marine Corps, his trip through Europe and defection to the Soviet Union, his stay in Russia, his return to the United States, his political activities in the U.S. as they pertain to foreign affairs, for example, the Fair Play for Cuba campaign, and finally, of course, his trip to Mexico in 1963. Second in sequence, but by no means subsidiary in importance, the committee considered the charge that Oswald had ties to the CIA. Resolution of this issue was uppermost in the minds of committee investigators as they pored over CIA reports, not only the 142 volumes on Oswald himself, but hundreds of other volumes as well. Again, the committee was aware that if a relationship was discovered, it did not necessarily mean that the agency was guilty of complicity in the assassination. Nevertheless, the committee reasoned that if the CIA might have covered up links to Oswald out of a concern for their implications. On the other hand, if the committee found no signs of a cover-up, it felt it could reach some reasonable judgment on the issues. Ambassador Helms was serving as the CIA Deputy Director for Plans at the time of the Kennedy assassination. As such, he was responsible for the Directorate of Plans, which was the office engaged in covert operations. In 1964, Ambassador Helms was the CIA official who worked with the Warren Commission on a day-to-day basis, and he testified before the Commission on May 14, 1964. Ambassador Helms was appointed Director of Central Intelligence in 1966, serving in that capacity until 1973. In 1973, he was named Ambassador to Iran. At present, Mr. Helms is a business consultant here in Washington. Mr. Chairman, it's appropriate to note that the committee's questioning of Mr. Helms today will be based on documents that have been released by the CIA in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. The Select Committee has also, in the past week, reached an agreement with the CIA for the declassification and release of certain documents not previously available to the public. These newly released documents will also be referred to in today's hearing. On August 9, however, Ambassador Helms testified at an executive session of the committee in which many of the issues of a classified nature were discussed in detail. Because they remain classified, they will not be brought up today. It would be appropriate at this time, Mr. Chairman, to call Mr. Helms.
Committee calls Ambassador Helms.
Richard Helms, looking trim and distinguished as ever, is approaching the witness chair and
Helms, will you
preparing
be
to be
sworn at this
sworn.
time? You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Helms. We appreciate your being here today, and the chair will recognize Mr. Goldsmith to begin the questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Helms, as part of your association with the CIA, were you required to execute a secrecy oath?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall testifying before this committee in executive session on August 9th of this year?
Yes, I do.
At that time, Mr. Helms, were you presented with a series of letters which authorized you to testify fully and truthfully about all information that you had available pertinent to the committee's legislative mandate?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask that Mr. Helms be shown JFK Exhibit F536.
We're waiting for Mr. Helms to be shown the exhibit.
Yes.
Clerk Elizabeth Burning.
Mr. Chairman, I would indicate for the record
bringing him
that
the
JFK F-536 consists of two exhibits, A and B. They are both letters dated 21 September 1978 from the General Counsel's Office of the CIA, and they are directed to Mr. Helms. Mr. Helms, have you received the originals of these letters?
Yes, I have.
And have you had a chance to discuss these letters with your attorney?
Yes,
Do you understand these letters?
I hope so.
Do you understand that at today's hearing, you're still obliged to testify truthfully before this committee?
I understand that.
Do you understand, Mr. Helms, that in the event that your testimony touches upon classified information, your alternative would be to request that the committee go into executive session?
I understand that, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would indicate for the record that the letters that Mr. Ambassador was shown at the August 9th hearing correspond with JFK Exhibits 94, 125, 126, and 127. Mr. Helms, what was the organizational function of the Deputy Directorate of Plans in 1963?
The Deputy Director for Plans or the Deputy Directorate for Plans? I was the Deputy Director for Plans and headed an organization which performed certain covert activities overseas.
Before we proceed, I would like to show you JFK Exhibits 94, 125, 126, and 127 from the hearing that we had in August.
The clerk has brought Mr. Helms the exhibit. He's reading it now.
The young counsel, Michael Goldsmith, was apparently making a veiled reference to Helms's conviction for failing to tell the full truth to another congressional committee. Helms said that before the other committee, which resulted in his conviction, that there was some highly classified secret information about Chile that he could not even tell the committee. Goldsmith has said that Helms has to go into executive session with the committee if he runs into such a problem.
Joe, I think we should make it clear it's not a conviction when you plead no contest.
Oh, it is. It's a conviction. He was sentenced.
Those memoranda, Mr. Goldsmith, but I recall having seen them on August 9th.
And at the time, did you understand them?
Yes.
I might ask for the record, would Mr. Helms' attorney identify himself?
My name is Gregory B. Craig with the law firm of Williams & Connell.
Thank you. Returning to my previous question, would you describe the organizational function or purpose of the DDP in 1963? I believe you indicated that you were head of that unit.
That's one of the most highly classified, it contained one of the most highly classified documents in Washington. The description of what the DDP does. If you have received a specific authorization from the Director of Central Intelligence for me to disclose all these activities, I'll be glad to do so.
I would ask that Mr. Helms be given a copy of the declassified transcript that was made available.
We're waiting now for Mr. Helms to be given the...
And Mr. Helms, I refer your attention to page 4 of that transcript, specifically lines 11 through 18.
All right, Mr. Goldsmith, since this has been declassified, I understand, then let me just read what it says. In 1963, the Deputy Director for Plans was the Deputy Director who was in charge of, I guess the simplest term is overseas operations. This entity of the CIA received its mandate from NSC documents. In any event, the responsibility of this unit was to conduct espionage and counter-espionage and covert action outside the continental limits of the United States. Some of the lines, as you will note, have been excised.
I understand.
So if to the press this is not a coherent statement, it's because it isn't coherent.
Mr. Helms, I would ask that to the extent that you are able to testify without touching upon classified information, you make an effort to do so. Have you had a chance to review the declassified transcript that the committee made available to you?
Yes, I've looked through it. I'm not sure, though, that I have become aware of all of the things that have been taken out and all the things that have been left in. It's very difficult to read something that's been chopped up the way this has. I've looked through it, but I wouldn't say that I have in my head what was allowed in and what was taken out.
Mr. Helms, did the committee make available to you the testimony from your executive session transcript?
Yes, I have in front of me these documents, which were made available to me by the committee, I think 2 days ago, and I went through them.
I understand that. My question now is, has the committee made available to you the full transcript from your executive session testimony?
Yes, I believe that I could have come and read it at any time. At least I was so assured by the committee.
And did you ever avail yourself of that opportunity?
I did not.
Mr. Helms, what role, if any, did the agency have in the investigation of the assassination of President Kennedy?
At the time that the Warren Commission was formed, the agency did everything in its power to cooperate with the Warren Commission and with the FBI having the lead in the investigation. It was the agency's feeling that since this tragic event had taken place in the United States, that the FBI and the Department of Justice would obviously have the leading edge in conducting the investigation, and that the agency would cooperate with them in every way it was possible. And the same applied to the Warren Commission.
So I take it then that the agency perceived its role to be somewhat secondary to the role of the FBI?
That is correct.
What were your specific responsibilities with regard to the investigation?
As the Deputy Director for Plans, I regarded my responsibility as one who saw to it that inquiries given to the agency by the FBI or originating with the Warren Commission were answered as well and as expeditiously as possible.
Which staff or unit within the CIA was given primary responsibility for coordinating the investigation?
After the initial few days of I believe maybe 2 or 3 weeks after the assassination, the counterintelligence staff in the Deputy Director for Plans was given the job of coordinating and handling the inquiries which came in and the replies which went back, both to the FBI and to the Warren Commission. And as you are aware, the so-called counterintelligence staff had the job, in any event, of carrying on liaison on covert matters with the FBI for the CIA.
Would you describe in general terms what the organizational function of the counterintelligence staff was in 1963?
In the organization of the Deputy Director for Plans at that time, we had a series of staffs. These staffs were assigned functions in terms of the mission of the entire DDP. There was a foreign intelligence staff which dealt with the acquisition of normal intelligence. There was a counterintelligence staff which provided staff guidance to the rest of the organization in counterintelligence matters. And may I say that the counterintelligence staff's mandate was somewhat wider than the others because the CIA had the mandate within the intelligence community for maintaining the basic records on counterintelligence cases, counterespionage cases.
Was the investigation of the death of President Kennedy perceived as a counterintelligence type case?
It was not conceived in any specific terms at all that I recollect. It was conceived as a great national tragedy, and I think the feeling in the agency was that anything it or its personnel could do to help resolve the questions that prevailed at the time, we would try to do, whether it was counterintelligence, positive intelligence, or what it was.
Are you able to state why the CI staff in particular was given this responsibility?
Well, I think that one of the more compelling reasons was that since it had had through the years the responsibility for carrying on liaison with the FBI, that it was better positioned and used to dealing with that agency, and therefore it was sensible to have them continue to.
Now, prior to giving the CI staff this responsibility, was the chief of one of the Western Hemisphere desks designated to coordinate the flow of information at CIA headquarters?
Well, I believe in the early days after President Kennedy's demise that there was a feeling that the principal point of interest as far as the agency was concerned was Mexico City, where information had been provided by the CIA to the rest of the government that someone called Lee Harvey Oswald had been in touch with the Soviet and Cuban consulates there. Once it was established that this investigation was going to be far more wide-ranging than just Mexico City, the responsibility was transferred.
Did this particular desk officer ever complain to you about interference from Mr. Angleton, who was then chief of the CI staff?
I don't recall any complaint, Mr. Goldsmith.
Do you recall whether this desk officer had any particular responsibilities with regard to the investigation after the responsibility for coordinating the investigation was transferred to the CI staff?
I don't have any recollection of the details.
What role, if any, did Mr. McCone, who was then Director of Central Intelligence, have in the agency's investigation?
Well, I think that he had the role that any director would have had, and that was to see to it that sufficient manpower and funds and other resources of the agency were put to work in support of the Warren Commission and the FBI. And I recall certainly that he maintained a continuing and abiding interest in these proceedings.
Was he kept regularly apprised of the developments of the investigation?
I would have thought that he was. I can't tell you in precise detail 15 years later, but he had every opportunity 5 days a week at the agency staff meeting to ask any questions on his mind, and we had every opportunity to pass on to him anything that had come up we thought would be of interest.
Has Mr. McCone ever indicated to you that he was not satisfied with the flow of information from below upstream to him?
In connection with this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Goldsmith. I think if, knowing Mr. McCone, if he had been dissatisfied, he would have made his dissatisfaction clear, and I wouldn't have forgotten it.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the responsibility for investigating this case was primarily in the hands of the FBI, and the CIA saw itself as serving in a support function. Do you think that this division of responsibility was adequate?
But I think it's the only way the matter could have been handled. I can't conceive of its being handled any differently. There has to be one investigative organization in charge of an investigation, and I can't see how this could have been otherwise. Am I missing something here?
I'm not suggesting that you're missing anything, Mr. Helms. Mr. Mr. Helms, were there any substantive or procedural problems between the Bureau and the CIA in conducting the investigation?
I don't recall any procedural problems. As for questions of substance, my memory is not all that clear. I don't know whether there were some small disagreements about certain aspects of this case or not. Certainly, investigators, no matter how well motivated, tend to have different emphases, and it may well be that there were some, but nothing that looms large in my mind today.
Do you recall specifically whether there was any disagreement in the handling of the Hsca case?
I don't recall any disagreement about the so-called handling of the Hsca case. There was I believe, a difference of interpretation as to what Hsca represented. It was my impression that the FBI had passed on what Hsca had to say about Lee Harvey Oswald to the Warren Commission at exactly the way Hsca had given it to them, and at a later date it was necessary to point out to the Warren Commission that the bona fides of Mr. Hsca had not been established.
Did the agency's investigation reflect any working hypotheses? And by that question, I mean, did any particular aspects of the investigation receive emphasis?
You mean inside the CIA?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think there was concern among many officers working on these matters that the Soviets might have been involved in this in some fashion, that the Cubans might have been involved in it in some fashion. I imagine we shared the concerns of the Warren Commission at the time. After all, there was a lot of give and take and conversation and meetings back and forth, and one organization obviously influences the sensations of another organization.
Did the agency pay particular attention to the area of foreign conspiracy? You made reference to Soviet involvement and Cuban involvement. Was that your primary focus? That
was obviously the matter of prime concern. And since Hsca was in the agency's hands, this became one of the most difficult issues to face that the agency had ever faced. Here, a president of the United States had been murdered, and a man had come from the Soviet Union, an acknowledged Soviet intelligence officer, and said that his intelligence service had never been in touch with this man and knew nothing about him. This strained credulity at the time. It strains it to this day.
Was all information pertinent to the Warren Commission's work promptly given to the Warren Commission, Mr. Helms?
I don't know how to answer that question, Mr. Goldsmith. I thought that we made a major effort to be as cooperative and prompt and as helpful as possible. But in recent years, I've been through enough to recognize that you can't make a flat statement against anything. So I don't know. Maybe there were some places where it wasn't as prompt as it should have been, but I'm not in a position to identify them.
Are you able to state what factors generally governed whether information was made available to the Warren Commission?
I missed the first part of your question.
Are you able to state what factors governed whether information was made available to the Warren Commission?
I don't think that there were any governing factors except the necessity for us to be careful about our sources and methods in certain cases, and I believe that that obstacle was got over by going down and having conversations with the Warren Commission at various times in order to make these points clear and what the issues were. But I don't believe we held anything back.
As a general rule, did you wait to receive an inquiry from the Commission prior to passing information on to the Warren Commission?
Yes.
Turning to another area now. To what extent, if any, did Mr. Dulles, former director of the CIA, play a special role on the Warren Commission insofar as the agency was concerned?
I don't have any sensation that he played any special role. He obviously was in touch with the agency on 2 or 3 occasions, as was only natural under the circumstances. He'd been director of it for a long time, and he would obviously feel more comfortable dealing with people in the agency than he might in other agencies of government. But I don't recall that this had any particular force and effect as far as the conduct of the agency was concerned or the conduct of the Warren Commission investigation.
To what extent did he attempt to represent the interest of the CIA while serving as a member of the Warren Commission?
I have no idea, Mr. Goldsmith.
At this time, I would ask that Mr. Helms be shown JFK F529.
The clerk is bringing...
Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission into the record of JFK F536
to Mr. Helms.
and F529.
If there's no objection, Exhibit F536 and F229 will be admitted into the record at this point.
That was F529, Mr. Chairman.
F529.
Thank you. I would ask that you skim through Exhibit F529, Mr. Helms, and paying particular attention, however, to paragraph number 3.
Paragraph 3.
Yes, sir.
I don't think we have a copy of that exhibit, but clearly Helms is having memory problems. He doesn't recall any particular attempt by former CIA Director Allen Dulles, who was a member of the Warren Commission, to help the CIA. He doesn't recall any...
Yes, I've read paragraph 3 now.
Does this exhibit, Mr. Helms, refresh your memory on the extent to which Mr. Dulles may have represented CIA interests while serving as a member of the Warren Commission?
I don't read this memorandum that way, Mr. Goldsmith. I read this memorandum to say that since the agency was not able to, what shall we say, vouch for the bona fides of Mr. Hsca, that this was going to have an effect on the commission report and what the commission had to say. And the point at issue here, if I read this correctly, was how best to have the commission word its report, come to its conclusions without leaving itself hanging on a limb on the basis of the fact that they thought that Mr. Hsca was bona fide, when in fact this hadn't been demonstrated. That's the way I read this memorandum.
Well, I certainly understand what the central issue is. My question is whether Mr. Dulles here was attempting to represent the agency's views to the Warren Commission.
I don't get that from reading this exhibit. But you've, I believe in reading the material that you've made available to me, that the gentleman who signed this memorandum has made a deposition before you, and I assume that you asked him what he thought about it. Did he give a different answer?
Mr. Helms, I'm sorry, but I'm not in a position today to answer your questions. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my initial line of inquiry. I would defer to you at this time, sir.
Chair recognizes Congressman Stokes for such time as he may consume for the questioning of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ambassador Helms.
Good morning, Mr. Stokes.
Okay. Mr. Helms, I wonder if you would tell us what role, if any, you played with regard to Mr. Hsca.
When Hsca defected in Geneva and came to the United States, or was brought to the United States, in my position as Deputy Director for Plans, I obviously was involved in the basic decisions that were going to have to be made or were made, and now in the past, involving the interrogation of him, his handling, and what we would do with respect to finding out what he represented and what information he had to purvey.
So would it be fair to say that right from the very beginning of the initial contact with him, right on through his custodial period here in the States, that you were constantly in charge of that situation?
No, I was not constantly in charge of it. In fact, I wasn't in charge of it from the first day, because I don't think any director regards himself as being in charge of, a deputy director regards himself as being in charge of anything when he has a director who is really in charge. Plus the fact that there were other members of the Interagency Defector Committee, which is composed of other agencies of government interested in these matters. They also have a say in what happens with respect to these things. So I certainly was involved with decisions on Hsca from the beginning to the end, but I wasn't the controlling authority at all times.
Now, there were 3 major agency reports that were written in regard to the Hsca case. Specifically, there was a report in 1968 issued by the Soviet-Russia Division, another report later in 68 called the Office of Security Report, and then a third report in 1976 referred to as the Hart Report. Would you tell us whether or not you're familiar with all 3 of these reports?
I don't recall any longer whether I read the first 2 or whether I was simply briefed on their contents. The Hart Report I have never seen. I left the agency in early February 1973, and I've had no connections with it since.
Now, during his defection in 1964, and upon his arrival in the United States, was Yuri Hsca in the custody of the CIA?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I was asking, the question precisely is, during his defection in 1964, and upon his arrival in the United States, was Yuri Hsca in the custody of the CIA?
Yes, he was. That was an accepted procedure under the terms of the Interagency Defector Committee, that defectors that came to this country were handled by the CIA, and through the interrogation period, resettling period, whatever had to be done to them.
And is that the legal authority under which he was being detained?
No, I think that perhaps, Mr. Chairman, it would, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to answer that question a little bit more fully than
Certainly,
just a
glad
simple,
to have it.
if you would indulge me.
Certainly.
2 days ago, on September the 20th, 1978, I received a transcript of my testimony before this committee in executive session on August 9. While reviewing that transcript, I noted that although I am not a lawyer, I characterized Mr. Yuri Hsca's legal status with the Central Intelligence Agency between 1964 and 1969 in a number of different ways. Since this is an area of obvious interest to the committee, I would like to take this opportunity to describe my understanding in somewhat greater detail as to what Mr. Hsca's legal status with the Central Intelligence Agency was. As I say, I'm neither a lawyer nor a judge, so I was not prepared to draw any legal conclusions about Mr. Hsca's tenure with the Central Intelligence Agency. I'm sorry, I am not prepared. On January 23rd, 1964 in Geneva, that's in Geneva, Switzerland, Mr. Yuri Hsca requested that he be permitted to defect to the West. Mr. Hsca's request was accompanied by a claim that he could give a comprehensive report on Lee Harvey Oswald's contacts and connections with the KGB during Oswald's stay in the Soviet Union between 1959 and 1962. It is difficult to overstate the significance that Yuri Hsca's defection assumed in the investigation of President Kennedy's assassination. If Mr. Hsca turned out to be a bona fide defector, if his information were to be believed, then we could conclude that the KGB and the Soviet Union had nothing to do with Lee Harvey Oswald in 1963, and therefore had nothing to do with President Kennedy's murder. If, on the other hand, Mr. Hsca had been programmed in advance by the KGB to minimize KGB connections with Oswald, if Mr. Hsca was giving us false information about Oswald's contacts with the KGB in 1959 to 1962, it was fair for us to surmise that there may have been an Oswald-KGB connection in November 1963. More specifically, that Oswald was acting as a Soviet agent when he shot President Kennedy. If it were shown that Oswald was in fact acting as a Soviet agent when he shot President Kennedy, the consequences to the United States of America, and indeed to the world, would have been staggering. Thus it became a matter of the utmost importance to this government to determine the bona fides of Mr. Yuri Nosenko. Mr. Nosenko arrived in this country in February 1964. By the end of March, it was clear to us that the task of evaluating Mr. Nosenko's credibility would not be easy. On April 2, 1964, as Deputy Director of Plans, I, along with David Murphy, Chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, and Mr. Lawrence R. Houston, the General Counsel to the CIA, met with Mr. Nicholas Katzenbach, then Deputy Attorney General of the United States, Mr. J. Walter Yegley, Chief of the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department, Mr. William E. Foley, who was then Mr. Yegley's first assistant in the Internal Security Division, and Mr. Harold F. Reese from the Office of Legal Counsel in the Justice Department. The meeting took place at Mr. Katzenbach's office in the Justice Department. The purpose of the meeting was to define Mr. Nosenko's legal status in the United States and to anticipate what kind of legal problems might arise in connection with the agency's ongoing custody of Mr. Nosenko. The agency has provided me a copy of the memorandum for the record, written by Mr. Lawrence Houston, describing this meeting on April 2, 1964, and a second memorandum which reflects the substance of a telephone call from Mr. Foley on the following day, April 3, 1964. These documents were in part declassified by the agency on September 18, 1978, and I would like to make them part of the record of these proceedings. During the meeting of April 2, 1964, the Department of Justice was fully informed of Mr. Nosenko's status with the agency, and the department's opinion was requested as to the scope of the agency's ongoing authority with respect to Mr. Nosenko. As Mr. Houston's memoranda relate, Mr. Nosenko's technical status in the United States was one of, quote, exclusion and parole, unquote, which means that the Immigration and Naturalization Service had technically excluded Mr. Nosenko from the United States, but had also temporarily, quote, paroled him, unquote, to the custody of the Central Intelligence Agency. It is my understanding that the terms of the parole provided that Mr. Nosenko would remain in the custody of the agency until it was determined whether Mr. Nosenko should be deported or whether he should be permitted to settle in the United States. If Mr. Nosenko violated the terms of the parole, he would be deported. As these memoranda indicate, it was the opinion of the Justice Department that the agency was free, quote, to take any action necessary to carry out the terms of the parole, unquote. That opinion was expressed to us during the meeting of April 2, 1964, and repeated to us the following day by way of a telephone call from Mr. Foley, who had been asked by Mr. Katzenbach to check and to confirm the department's legal opinion. In addition to the Justice Department, the Interagency Committee on Defectors was also fully informed of Mr. Nosenko's status with the agency, and that committee concurred with the legal position adopted by the Department of Justice. The Interagency Committee on Defectors was the government body authorized to preside over the care, feeding, and general treatment of defectors. That committee is composed of representatives from the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, the Department of State, and the Immigration and Naturalization Services. As the Rockefeller Commission report indicated, Mr. Nosenko's confinement, quote, and I quote from the report, was approved by the Director of Central Intelligence, the Director of the FBI, the Attorney General, and the United States Intelligence Board. Selected members of the Congress were also aware to some extent of the confinement, end of quotation. And end of my statement, Mr. Stokes.
So then, do I understand that based upon that meeting, it was your opinion then that this man was being held legally and not in violation of law?
Well, it was our opinion that, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, I have to be careful of my words, but let me just say that it was our impression that we had the authority to hold him as we were.
at the time you testified to our committee here in executive session. Is that what you said to us?
No, I say that I was, when I went through the transcript of my testimony that day on August the 9th, I found that I characterized his confinement in various ways, so I've composed this statement in order to straighten the matter out as we understood it.
Now, can you recall what Mr. Katzenbach said in that meeting? You were present, Mr. Katzenbach was present, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the committee what Mr. Katzenbach said on that occasion about the situation?
What we remember about this, Mr. Stokes, is pretty well encompassed in here, that we shared with him the problem we had in connection with Mr. Nosenko. We identified to him why the problem was very serious. We pointed out that there might be difficulties in connection with holding him. Suppose that Mr. Nosenko got a lawyer, then what did we do about it? How did we ever establish what his bona fides were? In other words, we had a whole series of problems which we were sharing with the Justice Department in an effort to get some help or assistance in how we ought to go about this matter and what our authorities to do it were. That was the purpose of this meeting. But 15 years later, I certainly do not remember direct quotations either from Mr. Katzenbach or from myself.
But it would be fair to characterize the situation as saying that he did make comment upon the situation and give you advice?
That's right.
Now, Mr. Helms, yesterday, Mr. Katzenbach appeared before this committee and testified in the same hearing room. I want to read to you from the transcript of that testimony and then ask for your comment on it. Chairman Stokes, the time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Katzenbach, Mr. Sawyer asked you about the decision to sign off for Mr. Nosenko. Can you tell us whom it was that came to you and asked for your permission to begin the interrogation of Nosenko? Mr. Katzenbach, I don't recall anybody doing so, Mr. Chairman. I understand that Mr. Helms had a conversation with me or thinks he recalls he had a conversation with me on it. I have no recollection of that conversation, but perhaps his recollection is better than mine. I don't know. I don't recall any such conversation. Chairman Stokes, was this your testimony that you don't recall anyone talking to you about it? Mr. Katzenbach, yes, sir. That is my testimony. Mr. Chairman Stokes, at any time? Mr. Katzenbach, at any time. Chairman Stokes, how did you learn of it? Mr. Katzenbach, I learned of it when the gentleman writing a book called me up about 3 or 4 months ago or 6 months ago and asked me about it. And I said, who is Nosenko? Chairman Stokes, that would be Mr. Epstein. Mr. Katzenbach, yes, sir. Edward J. Epstein, right. And that was the first time that I heard of it to my recollection. Chairman Stokes, so that the record is patently clear on this point, during your tenure, you knew absolutely nothing at all of this situation. Mr. Katzenbach, nothing that I can recall at this time. It was quite a while ago, but I have absolutely no recollection of Mr. Nosenko or anything to do with him during that period of time. Chairman Stokes, and while you held the office that you held, were you at any time requested to give your approval to treating any defector in this manner? Mr. Katzenbach, no, sir. The only connections that I can recall with the CIA at all fell into 2 categories. One was when they wished to wiretap or some electronic device to be put within this country, they came to me. And the only other thing is whenever they wanted a book suppressed, they came to me, and I told them not to do it. Chairman Stokes, told them what? Mr. Katzenbach, told them not to do it, that there wasn't any way you were going to do it. And those are only, at least offhand, the only very little connection with the CIA when none that I recall as deputy. A little bit, I guess, at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and perhaps some at the time of the Cuban prisoner exchange. But I had very little connection with the CIA, and I don't recall, except for those occasions, their ever asking me any legal advice whatsoever, perhaps for good reason. Chairman Stokes, are you absolutely certain that you cannot recall any conversation with Mr. Helms about Nosenko Mr. Katzenbach, I'm certain that I don't recall it. Yes, sir. I can't flatly deny that such a conversation occurred, but I have no recollection of it. It is quite a while ago, and I believe if it was as dramatic as put by Congressman Sawyer, I would remember it. If I was simply informed that somebody was being questioned, there was a potential defector, I might not recall that. Chairman Stokes, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Sawyer, yes. Mr. Katzenbach, I don't know whether you were informed on the details of the situation, but we had testimony by spokesmen for the CIA, so that it is not just a statement of some employee or something. He was designated by the present director to come here and present the story because he was supposed the most familiar with it since he had reviewed it for the CIA. And he stated in substance that Mr. Nosenko was taken into custody in this country by the CIA after defection or after alleged defection, held in a so-called safe house on a diet of tea and porridge twice a day, was allowed no reading material. The guards were instructed neither to talk to him or smile to him. He was subjected to 48 hours at a crack interrogation. This being while they built a separate facility somewhere else in the country, namely a device described by him as a bank vault, and then built a house around the bank vault to put this man in, and then kept him there under equivalent for some 3 years with that kind of thing, 1,277 days to be specific. At which point they finally gave up and gave him some emolument and put him on their payroll and let him go. And then they gave, as there I question on the authority to do a thing like that, did they have any kind of process? And they said, other than the fact that Mr. Helms had conferred with you and gotten your okay, that this would be legal. And I just found it awfully difficult to believe that. And that is why, and also don't imagine it would be the kind of thing that you would be asked to okay enough that you wouldn't rather clearly remember the incident if it had occurred. Mr. Katzenbach, if the facts that you have just set forth for me, Congressman, had ever been made known to me, A, I would recollect it, I am certain, and I hope to goodness I wouldn't have given the legal advice that is claimed. Mr. Sawyer, it makes me feel better about it. Thank you. That is all I have, Mr. Chairman. Having heard Mr. Katzenbach's testimony of yesterday, can you reconcile his testimony to this committee with your statement just read to this committee?
Well, I can only say, Mr. Stokes, that it's very hard to reconcile. I think the basic point at issue here is really whether the meeting with him took place at all. What happened after the meeting is something that he was not responsible for as far as I'm aware, but let me therefore read to you the memorandum for the record which Mr. Lawrence R. Houston, the General Counsel of the Central Intelligence Agency, wrote on 3 April 1964. I have a copy of it in front of me. It's headed Memorandum for the Record, and the subject is the Nosenko case. It reads, and I quote, Mr. Helms, Mr. Murphy, and I met with Mr. Nicholas D.B. Katzenbach, Mr. J. Walter Yegley, Mr. William E. Foley, and Mr. Harold F. Reese on the Nosenko case on 2 April 1964. Mr. Helms outlined the problems foreseeable in our future relations with Nosenko and asked the opinion of the justice representatives on what we could do to control the situation. I pointed out that his technical status was one of exclusion and parole, parenthesis, or more technically, deferment of inspection and parole, end of parenthesis. Paragraph 2. After some discussion, Mr. Foley stated it was his opinion that agency representatives could take any action necessary to carry out the terms of the parole. Mr. Katzenbach asked Mr. Foley to check this and let me know, and Mr. Foley later confirmed this position by telephone. I, in turn, after the meeting, reviewed the parole agreement and provided an interpretation thereof for the Director of Security, a copy of which is attached here too. Also, I informed Mr. Foley of this interpretation, signed Lawrence R. Houston, General Counsel. The attachment is a memorandum also dated 3 April 1964, It is signed by Lawrence R. Houston, General Counsel. It is a memorandum for the Director of Security, and that would be the officer who is the Director of the Security Office of the Central Intelligence Agency. The subject is parole status of defectors. On 2 April 1964, we had a discussion with the Department of Justice on the status of aliens whose inspection by INS, that's the Immigration and Naturalization Service, I interpolate here so there won't be any lack of clarity, whose inspection by INS is deferred upon arrival at our request and who are then paroled to this agency. It was the position of the Department of Justice that we were responsible for taking any action necessary to carry out the terms of the parole. That, I believe, is paragraph 1 of this memorandum, Mr. Stokes. The balance of the memorandum has been excised and therefore is not on the sheet there.
Then in light of the document which you have just read, along with your other testimony, then obviously the statement of Mr. Katzenbach to this committee yesterday could not be true, could it?
No, I'm afraid it's not.
Mr. Stokes, may I interrupt?
Yes, certainly, Mr.
I would like to say that, may I, Mr. Stokes, because I'd like to be clear with this committee, that I asked my attorney to be in touch with Mr. Katzenbach some weeks ago in connection with this matter, and it's reflected in his testimony that he was brought to his attention that I had this meeting with him. I did not want this committee to think that I pulled this as a surprise on Mr. Katzenbach and that he came down here innocently and had no opportunity to review the facts if he'd cared to.
So then he was appropriately advised prior to his appearance here yesterday of the memorandums that you have just read.
I don't know that he was advised of the memorandums, but he was advised certainly of our recollection of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Helms, I understand that you are requesting that this document be made a part of the record. I would like to ask the clerk if she will mark the exhibit so that we can enter it into the record at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
413. The document
Mr. Chairman,
will be marked as...
I beg your pardon, but as a point of clarity, is it just these memoranda that you want to make a part of the record? My statement is in the transcript, so I don't think that's necessary. I think these are the two documents.
The document will be marked as Exhibit F413 and made a part of the record at this point. Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Helms, I note that the memorandum does not give any indication from which Mr. Katzenbach would be able to draw the conclusion with reference to the way that the CIA intended to treat this man. That is not in that memorandum, is it?
No, it is not in the memorandum, and as of the time that the meeting with Mr. Katzenbach was held, deliberations were still going on inside the agency as to what exactly to do about Mr. Hsca, and as things developed over the months, I don't think that Mr. Katzenbach can be held responsible for that, and I have no reason to want to involve him in it.
And is it fair also to say that in all probability he was never informed of the way this man was treated?
In all probability, that's correct.
Now, how long did Mr. Hsca remain in CIA custody?
I think all told I think it was from 1964 when he defected until he was resettled with a new identity. I believe it was in 1969 or 1970.
Can you tell us what unit within the CIA had the primary responsibility for handling Mr. Hsca in 1964?
My recollection is that the Office of Security was given the responsibility for his housekeeping, his care, his feeding, his guarding, and that the Soviet Bloc Division had the responsibility for his interrogation.
Now, did the Soviet Russia Division continue to have responsibility for questioning Hsca until he was released? from CIA custody in 1969?
No, I believe that it was in 1967 that the decision was made, or I made the decision, if you would prefer that the case simply could not go on in this fashion. It had to be resolved. Therefore, a change was made. Hsca was turned over to an officer in the Office of Security who had made an examination of the case, felt that he could get along well with Hsca, and that possibly he could, if he couldn't solve the problem of his bona fides, at least he might be able to solve the problem of how we were going to resettle him in on the American scene. I was rather puzzled by some of Mr. Hart's testimony the other day before this committee. He seemed to go into lurid detail about Hsca's treatment, but when it came time to make his contribution to the purposes of the committee hearing, in other words, what Hsca knew about Oswald, he had no clarification to make and nothing to contribute. And yet he was here as the official representative of the Director of Central Intelligence, as I understand it. It was almost as though his purpose was to use his testimony before this committee to excoriate some of his former colleagues for their handling of the Hsca case. In any event, I never heard of the note alleged to have been handwritten by the, quote, deputy chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, unquote, using such sensational terminology as, quote, liquidate the man, unquote, commitment to a loony bin, unquote, etc., etc. These options were never presented to me, were never entertained by me, were never considered. The problem was to resettle Mr. Hsca in American society, and this is what the agency did. And the other assertions are false as far as I personally am aware. And I would not like to see perpetuated on indefinitely into the history of this country that there was any consideration given by senior officials of the agency to those options that were identified in this lurid handwritten memorandum. I don't know how the thing happened to get written. I don't know how it happened to be held in the files. I don't know how it happened to be part of Mr. Hart's role to bring it down here. But in any event, I want to put to rest once and for all that this was never considered.
Now, you've mentioned a security officer. When did the security officer assume the responsibility for handling Hsca?
My recollection, Mr. Stokes, is that it was about 1967. Sometime in 1967.
So at that time, would they have assumed primary responsibility and taken it away then from the Soviet bloc?
Well, they assumed primary responsibility. I think that's the fair thing. I had asked Admiral Rufus Taylor, who sadly died the other day, but who was Deputy Director of Central Intelligence when I was made Director, to make it his personal responsibility to look into all aspects of the Hsca case in an effort to get it resolved. And he had done a lot of work on this case, and one of his recommendations, as I recall it, was that this be turned over to the Office of Security, that we try an entirely different approach.
Can you tell us why the responsibility for handling Hsca in terms of questioning was transferred from the SR people over to the security officer?
It just was another approach we were attempting. In other words, we wanted to take him away from those people who had been interrogating him and see if a quiet, solicitous, and let's say favorable approach were used, that we might be able to, A, to solve the problem of his bona fides, but at least to get him in the frame of mind where we could resettle him.
And how long a period of time was Hsca actually held in this status?
Well, during the period of 1964 to 1967, he was held under Spartan circumstances. In 1967, when he was turned over to the Office of Security, he was moved to a safe house where he certainly was in confinement, but lived under very comfortable conditions, perhaps as well as anybody in this room.
Now, during that 3-year period, and I suppose you'd say it was 3 years he was held in confinement. As a basis of Mr. Hart's testimony a few days ago, I posed the question to him. The man was actually being held in jail, wasn't he? His answer was substantially yes. How would you characterize the period?
I find no fault with that characterization.
Okay. Now, initially, can you tell us how the individuals who handled Mr. Hsca for the SR division had been selected?
When the defection took place in Geneva, or at least before it took place, 2 officers were sent to Geneva to talk to Mr. Hsca. One was a high officer in the SR division, and the other was a case officer who not only spoke fluent Russian, but had a great deal of experience in handling Soviet agent cases. And this seemed to be a good team as far as those in charge thought at the time, and so did I.
Can you tell us how knowledgeable or how expert they were in terms of the Oswald case?
I don't have any recollection of that anymore, Mr. Stokes. I don't think that we chose them because of their knowledgeability in the Oswald case initially. The issue was to decide about the defection of this man in the first place, and the Oswald matter really hadn't gotten lively until it was indicated that he knew something about it, and then when we got him to the United States, what he knew about it. Actually, I think that it may be of interest to the committee that in attempting to establish the bona fides of someone, it is necessary to have information in some depth of the facts about which they're talking. And with respect to Hsca, we put people who are knowledgeable about the Soviet Union and Soviet mores and so forth on the case because we had more information about those things and could check his statements out much better than if we were using something about Lee Harvey Oswald, who there he was in the Soviet Union. We knew very little about him. Because I would like to remind you, Mr. Stokes, that what is known about Lee Harvey Oswald today was certainly not known in 1964, in early 1964. This is all material that's been developed since. And I think one has to be fair with history, that when we go back to February 1964, the knowledgeability of anybody in the government on Lee Harvey Oswald was very limited, even more limited than it is now.
Well, wouldn't I understand that, firstly, you did know he was a KGB officer at the time he came to you, correct?
That's what he told us.
That's what he told you. You did know that Oswald had been in Russia, did you not?
Yes, we knew that he'd been in Russia, certainly.
And a part of your responsibility to the Warren Commission was to give them such information as came to your knowledge regarding Oswald in Russia, was it not?
Certainly, Mr. Stokes.
And in establishing this man's bona fides, would it not be logical that you would want to know everything he knew about Oswald as a part of the interrogation process so that you might establish his bona fides through that?
But I thought that he was asked about what he knew about Oswald. I thought there were 4 or 5 interrogations, one by the FBI and some by us during this period. Am I wrong?
Well, he was under the custody of the CIA. You've told us that.
But other people had access to him. The FBI was given access to him. We gave other people access to these people if they requested it. It was the FBI's statement to the Warren Commission quoting Hsca based on their own interrogation that led me weeks later to go down and talk with the Chief Justice of the United States and point out to him that we couldn't go bail. We couldn't vouch for the bona fides of this man, and therefore we couldn't vouch for his statement.
Yes, and this was the precise problem that you were confronted with. You knew you had an important issue on your hands, didn't you?
Certainly.
And it was extremely important by virtue of the high-level conference you had, which you referred to this morning, that you be able to establish his bona fides. Isn't that correct?
We were doing our best to do so.
Right. And so it's in that area then, I would think that you would want to see the top interrogators, not only those expert at interrogating with reference to the Soviet Union, but also about events in the Soviet Union, such as Oswald, would be important to you to have him interrogated by.
Well, sir, I wasn't present at these interrogations, and I don't know the exact questions. I assume there's a record available someplace, but it seems to me that in posing this question this way to me, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. You're damned if you hold the fellow too long and treat him badly because you'd like to find out what he does know about Oswald, and you're damned the other way if you really haven't dug his teeth out to find out what he did know about Oswald. And I don't know, sir, the answer. If we had it to do over again, I don't know what we would do. Probably do it differently, I'm sure, but I don't know exactly how we would have arrived at truth in the space of time that we had available to us. You may recall from the record that Mr. Hsca, at the time he defected and before, was a very heavy drinker. And one of the problems we had with him during his first period of time in the United States was that he didn't want to do anything except drink and carouse. We had trouble with him in an incident in Baltimore where he started punching up a bar and so forth. And that one of the reasons for wanting to hold him in confinement was to get him away from the booze and to settle him down and see if we could make some sense with him. And the fact that he may have been held too long is therefore deplorable, but nevertheless we were doing our best.
Well, in light of what you're now saying to us about the fact that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, was it important to you that you be kept informed regularly of everything that he was saying and everything he was doing and so forth?
Mr. Stokes, I felt that certainly I should be kept generally informed, but that during the period of the Warren Commission, they're the ones that should be kept informed. The FBI should be kept informed, and that after the Warren Commission had made its report and things then were not guided by their investigations, we still went on with the job of attempting to find out what this man represented.
But if, as you say, and you've just indicated, the Warren Commission needed to be informed and so forth, and wasn't it your direct responsibility to inform the Commission?
But I thought I did. I thought I told them that we couldn't establish his bona fides.
Well, in order for you to be able to communicate with the Warren Commission, you had to get information from some source, didn't you?
Yes.
And so my question to you is, what direction did you give those under you as to how often you were to be briefed, how often you ought to be given the results of the interrogation or the whatever was occurring with this man?
Well, certainly I stayed current to that extent that if there'd been the slightest intimation that we were prepared to vouch for his bona fides or that the interrogation had reached that point, it would have been brought to me immediately. And I think that if I don't any longer recall the exact date, but I think it was in June or something of 1964, that after getting the permission of the Director of Central Intelligence, Mr. McCone, I went to see the Chief Justice privately to point out to him what our difficulties in this matter were. And it seemed to me that I was as forthcoming as a man could be. What else could I do? What else should I have done?
And what did you tell him about your difficulties? What were they?
I told him that we were not able to satisfy ourselves that the man was what he was purported to be, that the jobs he had held were the ones that he really did hold, that there were inconsistencies in his testimony, that what he had to say about the Oswald case didn't make sense to us, and that therefore I simply wanted to point out to the Chief Justice that I was sorry for whatever the FBI had given him or given the Commission about what Mr. Hsca had said about Lee Harvey Oswald, that I felt that they should take into consideration the fact that we could not vouch for his bona fides, and therefore they perhaps should not take at full strength what he had said. It was up to them to make their evaluation, but I felt that we owed this to them. We did owe it to them.
And in order for you to tell the Chief Justice that, how often had you been briefed?
Oh, I have no recollection any longer, Mr. Stokes.
In terms of the interrogation that took place of Nosenko, were the interrogators instructed to pose a large number of questions relative to Oswald, to Nosenko?
Mr. Stokes, there was no issue more central in those days than an effort to straighten out this business about Oswald. But I would submit an evidence. I don't know whether you've been an interrogator, sir, but there's so many questions that you can ask about, based on the information that was known about Oswald at the time. If my facts are straight, the information about Oswald that was known was that he'd gone to the Soviet Union, that he had expressed a desire to give up his citizenship. That's what he told the American embassy. He'd gone to Minsk. He'd married a Russian girl, which was suspicious in its own right, had then come back and decided he wanted to come back to the United States, came back to the United States and virtually disappeared. But it was not the CIA's jurisdiction to keep an eye on him in the United States. And the amount of information available at that time, based on which one could make an interrogation, was pretty thin, for the simple reason that how were we going to find out in the Soviet Union what Oswald had done there except from his own statements? We had no independent means of verification. We didn't have that good an organization inside the Soviet Union. We had no means of following up on these leads.
Well, in light of your statements in this context, let me cite to you the testimony of Mr. Hart to this committee and get your comment on that. Mr. Hart, with reference to the matter of whether Oswald was being incarcerated or being questioned, said to this committee this: Mr. Hart, insofar as I can tell, the assumption among the top leadership of the agency was that during this period of incarceration, Mr. Nosenko was being questioned or interrogated. That is flatly contrary to the facts, because although he was incarcerated for 1,277 days, on only 292 days was he in part questioned. We do not. It is difficult to tell just how many hours of questioning there took place on those 292 days when he actually was questioned. The rest of the time, which is 77% of the total time of incarceration, he was left entirely unoccupied and was not being questioned. There was, in other words, no effort being made to get at more information which he might have. Do you, sir, agree with that statement?
I have no comment to make on it. Mr. Hart, I gather, was appointed by Director George Bush in 1976 to look into the whole Nosenko case. I've been informed of that in recent times. I assume he looked into it fairly and squarely. I would assume also that this committee has talked thoroughly with all the interrogators and has verified independently whether these facts are true or not. I have no capacity for doing that.
So you take no issue with that statement?
No. I don't know its merits one way or the other.
Well, then I take it from that that you in no way contest the statement of Mr. Hart.
No, I have no basis for contesting it, Mr. Stokes. I mean, he has a record there. I simply was saying that I have no independent verification of the number of days he was interrogated. I would assume, though, that the committee does have an independent verification because I believe that the interrogators are still alive, and I assume the committee has talked to them. Is this correct?
I think that's substantially correct, yes. Mr. Helms, in January 1968, when the SR Division report concerning Nosenko was issued, what was the agency's position regarding Mr. Nosenko's bona fides?
There were those in the agency who believed he was bona fide, and there were those in the agency who did not. I never recall having resolved the case in my own mind one way or the other. My preoccupation at the time was to get Mr. Nosenko resettled. If there were those who felt there was a reasonable chance he was bona fide, that was all right with me. But as far as I am aware, I never signed off on any document or made any final decision about his bona fides. If you have a document, I would appreciate seeing it, because I haven't been showed one, and if my recollection is not accurate, I don't want to mislead this committee. I want to be absolutely fair and truthful and forthcoming.
Perhaps it may help refresh your recollection. At the time the committee took your testimony previously, Mr. Goldsmith asked you the question, is it not a fact that the SR report of 1968 indicated that in fact Mr. Nosenko was not a bona fide defector? And your answer at that time was, I do not remember firsthand what the thrust of the report was. And so I take it then that your testimony today is that you still do not recall.
No, but I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood your earlier question, Mr. Stokes. I'm sorry. I thought that you were asking me what my opinion about this.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Basically, what we're asking you is this. In January 68, when this report came out of the SR division, what was the agency's position regarding Nosenko's bona fides?
Well, the agency's position would not have been reflected in the 1968 report. The agency's position would have been one that I would have signed off on, and I don't recall ever having made personally the decision based on the recommendations and various other factors involved, whether he was bona fide or not. I simply was trying to explain that my interest then was different.
Well, then, can you tell us in January of 68 the agency's position with regard to the veracity of the information Nosenko had provided concerning Oswald?
I don't think any judgment's ever been made about that. I thought I read in the newspaper, and I assume the newspapers reported accurately, that Mr. Hart, after all his investigation, wasn't able to tell you that Nosenko was accurate about Oswald or not accurate about Oswald. And if he couldn't do it...
To the contrary, he said to the committee, based upon everything he knew about him, that the testimony he had given this committee, he said, I would not use it. So he did have an opinion.
He said he would not use it.
That is what he said.
That confuses me.
Why?
Well, it confuses me because isn't that a cop-out? I mean, if you're not going to use it, then it isn't true.
That is substantially correct. That would be my own interpretation. Now, let me ask you this. Wouldn't your analysis and the doubt which you had of this man's overall bona fides also bear upon the question of what he was saying to you and through you to the Warren Commission about Oswald? That is, if you doubted his general bona fides, wouldn't you have to doubt what he was saying to you about Oswald?
Yes, sir. That was why I went to see the Chief Justice.
Now, let me ask you this. After the SR Division issued its report in 1968, was the Nosenko case reinvestigated by security officers?
Oh, I think the ground was gone over not only by that security officer. I think that through the weeks after that, a long interrogation, or if you don't want to call it interrogation, let's say an elicitation, was carried on with Nosenko to find out what he knew about a whole host of things, including the Oswald case. And I believe it was during that latter period that he had additional contributions to make about the size of the files that the KGB held on Nosenko and matters of this kind.
Let me ask you this in light of what you've said to us this morning. Would you agree that the consequences of the Nosenko case for the American intelligence community were quite great, particularly if it turned out that he was not a bona fide defector? I think you may have commented on some of that in your first statement today.
Yes, I did, Mr. Stokes, but I agree with what you say.
Now, I'd like to call your attention to page 137 of the declassified transcript which you have there at the witness table with you.
"137.
Yes, sir.
Fine, I'm there.
Lines 6 through 20.
All right.
Do you have that
Yes.
section? Now, and this, of course, is your testimony before this a subcommittee of this committee earlier. Now, at that time, did you testify that you had no recollection of ever signing off on any piece of paper that made Nosenko a consultant to the CIA, and that you never agreed to any such thing?
When I made that statement in executive session on August the 9th, it was my distinct impression that we had made an arrangement or signed a contract with Nosenko which made him an independent contractor. In other words, it was a relationship between him and the agency whereby he would do research work under controlled circumstances. We would control the environment, what documents he saw, what he did, and in this way we would be justified in seeing if his expertise was of any help to us, and secondly it was under this document that we would be able to pay him so that he could live and could eventually get to be resettled. I was not aware at that time that the independent contractor provision had along with it in the document the word consultant. I was not aware of it if I was aware of it at the time, I never thought about it, and I must confess that my thought of what a consultant is has been changed in recent times because I'm a consultant to various American businesses at the present time, and my relationship with them is certainly not the relationship that I contracted for with Nosenko. So this is a semantic problem we've got here, and I can only say that I'm sorry that I was maybe the slightest bit misleading, but I've now explained it, and I hope that satisfies you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask that an exhibit in the possession of the clerk be marked as JFK Exhibit F-531. And I'll ask that a copy of it be delivered to the witness and that the exhibit be made a part of the record at this point.
If there's no objection, the exhibit F-531 will be entered into the record at this point.
I have the document before me, Mr. Stokes, now. It's a document dated 5 October 1972.
That is the document.
Right.
And can you tell us what that document is?
The subject of it is retroactive reimbursement of Yuri Ivanovich Nosenko, and it entails a description of his case, what he was promised in the way of money, and gives at the end a suggestion as to how the monies might be handled. This in turn was passed up the line in the agency and approved on the 18th of October 1972.
Mr. Helms, I would direct your attention to page 4 of that document and ask you whether or not your signature appears on that document.
Yes, it does, beside the date 18 October 1972. That is my signature.
Now I'll ask you to read 3 of the paragraphs from this document, paragraphs 6, 7, and 9. Would you do that, please? Read it out loud.
6, 7, and 9?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. As of April 1969, Mr. Nosenko signed a 1-year contractual agreement for $16,500, including a clause giving assistance to him in resettlement expenses in the amount of $8,000. In March 1970, Mr. Nosenko signed a new contract for 2 years at $18,500 per annum. At about the same time, he was provided with certain financial assistance, $20,000 being for the down payment on a new house and $5,000 for other related household expenses. Mr. Nosenko's contract was renewed at the new rate of $19,500 per annum on 1 March 1971. And the contract was again renewed in February 1972 at the salary of $21,000 per annum. An analysis of this case clearly indicates that Mr. Nosenko has been an extremely valuable source, one who has identified many hundreds of Soviet intelligence officers, and he has otherwise provided a considerable quantity of useful information on the organization of the KGB, its operational doctrine and methods. Then I find a blank, and written in here in somebody's hand is sensitive info. The remainder of the sentence reads, have been forwarded to the Federal Bureau of Investigation based on data from Mr. Nosenko. He has conducted numerous special security reviews on Soviet subjects of specific intelligence interest, and he has proven himself to be invaluable in exploring counterintelligence leads. He recently authored a book which is of interest to the agency. In effect, Mr. Nosenko has shown himself to be a productive and hard-working defector who is, quote, rehabilitated, unquote, and favorably disposed towards the agency. In summary, the original oral agreement with Mr. Nosenko is fully documented and supports his claim. His resettlement since 1967 has been relatively smooth, with no significant security problems having developed, and he continues to function at the present time as a highly productive and useful source of information on the KGB. In view of these various considerations, it is requested that this payment of $125,000 to Mr. Nosenko be approved. These funds would be paid out of unliquidated obligations applicable to lapsed appropriations. The sentence stops there, and written in somebody's handwriting is sensitive sources and methods information. And the memorandum has a signature below.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 9, where it says, and he continues to function at the present time as a highly productive and useful source of information on the KGB, that does not, to you, connote the activities of a consultant?
No, sir.
No. That's, how would you terminate? What terminology?
That's the kind of information we get from any agent. A consultant. I'm sorry, but my impression today, and it may not have been 5 years ago, I don't know, but today my impression of a consultant is one that has a closer relationship to the organization for which he's working than an agent does in an intelligence relationship. They're insulated from certain kinds of information, they're insulated from certain access, they're insulated from a lot of things. Consultants aren't necessarily so. Consultant is a very wide-ranging term, covers all kinds of things in our language, and I just would not like to see a reference at that time to his having been a consultant. I've been told since, I don't know how accurately, that Nosenko has been seen in the CIA headquarters building at Langley. I guess if he has access to the building out there, maybe he's a consultant now, but he wasn't considered one in my time.
I see. Mr. Chairman, I'll ask that the clerk mark another exhibit in her possession, JFK Exhibit F-537, and that a copy of it be shown to the witness.
Will the clerk show the witness a copy of F-537?
Mr. Helms is reading the exhibit now.
I have the document in my hands now. It's JFK Exhibit F-537.
All right. Have you had a chance to read that document, or?
No.
Would you take the time to familiarize yourself with it?
This is an interrogatory which this committee presented to the agency. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Joe, I don't think we've got this exhibit.
I don't think we do. You know, I was interested in Helms's characterization of why they had to throw Yuri Nosenko, the defector, into solitary, in effect, for 3 years. Helms says it was almost to protect Nosenko from himself because he was a big drinker. He tore apart a Baltimore bar in a drunken rage, and so they locked him up for 3 years, giving him only porridge and water. And
that's the stiffest sentence for public drunkenness I've ever heard of. Mr. Helms is still looking at the exhibit. And Chairman Stokes, who is today not sitting in the chair so that he can carry on this questioning, is consulting with counsel Michael Goldsmith. They really haven't gotten yet to the meat of the matter, Joe, which is why the agency withheld a lot of material that could have helped in the assassination investigation. And from Mr. Blakey's testimony this morning, we can conclude that some material we'd be interested in will not be made available for reasons of classification. And there, of course, may be very good reasons for that, but that will only fuel the fires of speculation about the CIA somehow covering up something involved with the assassination.
Document now, Mr. Stokes.
All right, Mr. Helms, prior to referring you to that particular document, would you look at page 133 of the declassified transcript before you?
133.
Page 133, beginning at line 11 and a half, it looks like, where Mr. Goldsmith poses a question to you and your answer follows.
Is this where Mr. Goldsmith says, what about at the conclusion of the officer's work when he issues...
Yes. Would you please read Mr. Goldsmith's question and your answer?
Mr. Goldsmith, what about at the conclusion of SecOp's work when he issued his report? At that time, did the agency have a position with regard to Nosenko's bona fides? Mr. Helms, I do not believe so, at least during my time there. I do not recall us ever taking a position as an agency.
Okay. Yes. Now let me ask you, having read that question and your answer to it, is that your best recollection?
That is my best recollection, Mr. Stokes. I noticed that in this document which you tell me the agency has provided, they say that the final conclusion was that he is a bona fide defector. I simply do not recall participating in any meeting or signing any document which made the final judgment that he was a bona fide defector.
All right. Let me now refer you to the exhibit F-537 and ask you, okay, that's the Director of Central Intelligence document. Now that's a document from the Director of Central Intelligence, is it not?
It's not signed by him, sir, so I don't know.
Well, it has on the first page, does yours have a signature on there?
It just, on the first page, it just has a signature of Mr. Breckenridge, Principal Coordinator for the House Select Committee on Assassination.
And is there a letterhead at the top of it?
Yes, it says Office of Legislative Counsel.
And ahead of that?
The Director of Central Intelligence.
Washington, D.C., right?
Yes.
All right.
20505.
Okay, now, does the first page read as follows? 1 September 1978, Mr. G. Robert Blakey, Chief Counsel and Director, House Select Committee on Assassinations. Dear Mr. Blakey, forward to herewith the answers to the interrogatories received at close of business on 28th August 1978. Signed, S.D. Breckenridge, Principal Coordinator, HSCA, with attachment.
Yes.
Now, would you, turning to the next page, commencing where it says question 3, would you read everything from that point forward?
Define Nosenko's present and past employment arrangements with the Central Intelligence Agency. Include A, the dates and nature of his employment, B, the services rendered by Nosenko. C, itemized accounting of all compensation received by Nosenko. D, an account of the roles of Richard Helms and John McCone in authorizing Nosenko's employment and compensation arrangements with the CIA. Prior to Nosenko's defection on 4 February 1964, he was promised $50,000 for previous cooperation, $10,000 for his identification in 1962 of a particular espionage agent, and $25,000 a year compensation for future services. Mr. Richard Helms approved the foregoing on 17 February 1964. Although no effort was made to fulfill the promise until some 5 years after Nosenko's defection, the original promise formed the basis for the eventual employment arrangement and other monetary remunerations. Following acceptance of Nosenko's bona fides in late 1968, Mr. Helms approved an arrangement which resulted in Nosenko's employment as an independent contractor effective 1 March 1969. This first contract called for him to be compensated at a rate of $16,500 a year. As of 1978, he is receiving $35,327 a year. Parenthesis, see attached annual compensation table for years 1969 to 1978, end of parenthesis, end of sentence. In addition to regular yearly compensation, Nosenko was paid for the years 1964 to 1969 in November 1972 in the amount of $25,000 a year less income tax. The total amount paid was $87,050. No, I beg your pardon. The total amount paid was $87,052. He also received in varying increments from March 1964 to July 1973 amounts totaling $50,000 to aid in his resettlement on the private economy. Parenthesis, the attached table for the breakdown, end of parenthesis, end of sentence. The total resettlement figure in effect satisfied that portion of the above 1964 promise to pay Nosenko $50,000 for previous cooperation. In 1976, Nosenko was paid $10,000 to satisfy that part of the above promise relating to his identification of an espionage agent. Further, he was compensated in the amount of $28,500, representing the difference between the $25,000 a year promised and the actual amount paid to him during the period 1 March 1969 to 1 March 1975. Since 1969, the agency has contributed Nosenko's hospitalization insurance premiums. The agency has also compensated him for certain unusual medical and dental expenses. To date, Nosenko continues to work as an independent contractor, with the compensation provision being periodically amended. His work for the agency includes consultation with both the agency and the FBI on certain matters of current interest concerning Soviet intelligence activities and personnel both in the U.S. and abroad. From time to time, he is also consulted by various elements of the agency on current Soviet developments and requirements. He has been and continues to be used as a regular lecturer at counterintelligence courses of the agency, the FBI, Air Force, OSI, and others. Our records do not show that Mr. John McCone played any role in authorizing Nosenko's employment and compensation arrangements with the CIA. Annual compensation table. Do you want me to go through that?
No, I think we can.
WSCI.
Now, having read this answer to the interrogatory posed to the agency, is there anything at all in this interrogatory that you would say is untrue?
The only two statements, Mr. Stokes, that I would cavil with are the one that says following acceptance of Nosenko's bona fides in late 1968, and where it appears again, well, I guess it appears on the last page of the document, but that's the only point at which if these bona fides were established in late 1968, I have no recollection of this having happened, that's all. I'm sorry, I just don't. If you want me to tell the truth here, I'm doing my best.
So then, if I understand your answer, that you're not sticking with your previous testimony with reference to the fact that the agency never arrived at a determination on his bona fides.
I didn't believe they ever did. I think my other testimony is consistent with what I'm saying now. If it's not consistent, then you and I are misunderstanding each other, and at that I'd like to get straightened out right away.
Well, I guess where I'm having some difficulty is my understanding how you enter into this financial arrangement, whether you call it consultation or independent contractor or give it any other name. How you justify entering into a contract where you give taxpayer funds to someone who you say, in your opinion, is not bona fide?
Oh, I think, Mr. Stokes, that I can explain, I trust that I can explain this satisfactorily. It has been said, and I believe it's true, that in the latter days of his interrogation, that Mr. Lysenko provided the agency with useful information with respect to certain Soviet activities. I do not recall that he gave them any additional information that helped to resolve the Oswald case or Oswald's status with the KGB. The reimbursement being given him here was for two purposes. One, to get him resettled in the United States. May I say that this was the only viable option left to us at that time. There was no way of deporting him to the Soviet Union. He would have been shot and killed when he got back. He would never have been able to explain to them what he was doing during the period that he was away. So we had only one option, and that was to try and resettle him. And this was what I had in mind to do, and he needed money and he needed employment. If you will study the history of Soviet defectors in this country, they have an extraordinarily difficult time adjusting to our society. They have a very difficult time making money and running businesses and being gainfully employed. I think if you will put an interrogatory to the agency to give you the history of the resettlement of defectors since 1945, you will find that what I'm telling you is true. And that therefore, there was a complex of matters involved here in his compensation. Part of it was the useful information, part of it was to get him resettled, and part of it was because we had no choice except to do these things. At least we had no choice, in my opinion. Maybe somebody else would have a different opinion, but at least in our opinion, we had no choice.
And that's your total answer as to why he was being given this kind of compensation?
Yes, sir.
Let me now ask you this. I'm sorry.
There is a vote on the floor at this time. The committee will take a 10-minute recess at this time. The committee stands in recess for 10 minutes.
Acting Chairman Richardson Pryor has just gavelled this session into a 10-minute recess. I'm Nina Totenberg from National Public Radio, and with me is Joe Volz of the New York Daily News. While we're waiting for the committee to reconvene, you're stuck with us. Joe, we've been listening to testimony this morning from former CIA Director Richard Helms. Let me summarize a few things he said, and he hasn't really said terribly much yet this morning. He said well, we began the morning with an obtuse presentation of a couple of letters to Mr. Helms. I say obtuse because we don't know exactly what was in those letters, but we've got a pretty good idea, because Counsel Michael Goldsmith then said to him, "Do you understand that you are to tell the truth to us? And if we ask you something to which the answer is classified, you are to ask for an executive session." And Mr. Helms said, yes, he understood that. That apparently was a reference to letters from the Central Intelligence Agency instructing him to do just that, because Mr. Helms has claimed for some time that his requirements under the CIA oath of protecting national security secrets supersede the normal oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before a congressional committee. And for that misunderstanding of the law, and one can only call it that, he pled guilty. He did not plead guilty. He pled no contest to a charge of failing to testify fully and completely before a congressional committee. He was sentenced to a 2-year suspended jail sentence and a fine of $2,000, which he paid. So Mr. Helms this morning was rather painfully reminded of that and started off the morning in a very prickly humor when he was asked to read from a transcript of his executive session testimony before this committee. He read it and then said it made no sense, turned to the press and said, this makes absolutely no sense, of course, and Counsel Michael Goldsmith responded that he was to read what he was instructed to read. In addition, Mr. Helms said that he had been provided with a transcript of his previous testimony and that he had barely studied it, or that he had studied it, but he certainly didn't study it well enough to know exactly what was in it, what was classified and what was not classified. But I was interested, Joe, to notice that on a number of occasions he took out written statements that he'd prepared to clear up his testimony in the executive session. So he's very anxious not to get in trouble with the law again.
That's absolutely right. And one of the most interesting written statements was a memorandum prepared by the CIA on April 2nd, 1964, of a meeting that Helms says he had with then Deputy Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach about what to do about the mystery man in this whole case, Soviet defector Yuri Lysenko. Now, Lysenko has become a key item of interest to the committee, although we haven't learned really anything that Lysenko knew about Lee Harvey Oswald's time in the Soviet Union. The big question has been, was Lysenko really a Soviet defector, a former KGB agent, Soviet intelligence agent, who defected to the United States, or was Lysenko a still a Soviet intelligence officer who was planted here by Soviet officials in order to keep U.S. officials away from any possibility that Oswald was working for the Russians. In any event, Helms came in with some paperwork that showed exactly when and where he met with Katzenbach, and as Helms would have it, he received the okay from the Justice Department to take whatever steps are necessary to find out what Lysenko knew about Oswald. The CIA put Lysenko in virtual solitary confinement on porridge and water for 3 years. Whether or not Katzenbach knew about that treatment or not, Helms says he doubts it. But Katzenbach yesterday told us that he had absolutely no recollection of any meeting to discuss Lysenko and didn't even know who Lysenko was until an author, Edward J. Epstein, brought it up 6 months ago. So clearly somebody here is not giving us the full story, either Katzenbach or Helms.
Well, it does seem to me that you can reconcile the two stories somewhat. Mr. Katzenbach at one point said, now they might have come and told me that they had a defector they wanted to question. And did they have authority to submit him to questioning? And I said, okay, and I wouldn't remember that, Mr. Katzenbach said. And he specifically said he did not remember this particular meeting. It seems to me that if the agency went to Katzenbach and asked him for permission to interrogate a defector, even used the word hostile questioning. After all, Mr. Katzenbach said yesterday he would have expected a certain amount of hostile questioning. That would not necessarily have sent up the alarms to Mr. Katzenbach and worried him sufficiently that he would have remembered it. The agency might then have gone about its 3-year grilling and solitary confinement of Mr. Lysenko, and Mr. Katzenbach might never have known anything about it.
We still have a lot of questions about Lysenko. Helms, on one of the classic understatements of the hearing, said that they couldn't send Lysenko back to the Soviet Union because the Soviets wouldn't have understood the U.S. intelligence people keeping Lysenko in jail for 3 years. The Soviets probably would have thought that Lysenko was cooperating fully with this was just a cover story on the part of the CIA. But what happens around 1967, after Lysenko has been put through this almost torture? He was hallucinating at one point, according to the CIA. They kept the shades down. He didn't know whether it was night or day. He lost all sense of time. In 1967, somebody, and Helms says it wasn't him, decided that Nosenko was actually what he said he was, a bona fide defector, so they made a consultant out of him. Helms said that he okayed making a consultant out of Nosenko, not because he thought Nosenko was a bona fide defector, but because there was really little else to do. You couldn't send him back to the Soviet Union. He would have been shot. You had to relocate him, even though you weren't sure whether he was telling the truth or not.
You know, Helms' testimony so far has been fascinating, not really because it's told us anything about the Kennedy assassination, but it's told us more about the CIA. Mr. Helms, I thought, went out of his way to blast John Hart, the representative of the CIA who testified here last week about the Nosenko case, and Hart, of course, blasted the handling of the Nosenko case. Mr. Helms today said, I was puzzled by Hart's testimony. He went into lurid detail, but he didn't talk about Lee Harvey Oswald, which is allegedly the reason he was called here. All he seemed to be doing here was to excoriate his former colleagues. And Mr. Helms seemed very angry, and you can really see the division between the old boy network and the new boy network, and the divisions that are now falling between different sections of the old boy network itself.
Well, I think so. I think Helms also is saying, look, it's 14 years after the fact. I was a key CIA operative back in 1964. We didn't have any real knowledge about who Oswald was. Supposedly, we knew he had been in the Soviet Union. Maybe he was a Soviet agent. We had to do whatever we could do. In other words, the people of this government told us to find out what's happening, and he said we were damned if we do and damned if we don't. If we take tactics that we now consider illegal and unconstitutional, then we're in trouble. But if we don't find out what Nosenko knows, we're in trouble also.
The difficulty with that, of course, is that, at least according to Mr. Hart's testimony, they spent very little time interrogating Nosenko about Oswald. Out of 1,277 days, they only interrogated him for 292 days, and from the transcripts of that interrogation, only really an isolated few pages are devoted to Oswald. Now, Helms said we had no way of cross-checking what he was going to say about Oswald, but the fact is that they didn't spend a lot of time on Oswald, and there is a considerable amount written about the fact that what they may really have been interested in was whether or not Nosenko was sent over here to counter the stories of another defector, a man named Anatoly Golitsyn, who defected in 1961.
And there's another element here that we really haven't gotten into, and I suppose the committee won't. There was a feeling inside the CIA that the CIA's Soviet division itself, the people who were quizzing Nosenko, might have been somehow co-opted by the Soviets. Mr. David Murphy was the chief of the Soviet division at the time, and Peter Bagley was the deputy chief. Both of those men were later transferred out of those key jobs and over to Europe, the sensible reason being because they had taken the wrong methods in interrogating Nosenko. But there were others inside the CIA who were convinced that there was a mole, and it might have been in the Soviet division, a Soviet agent who actually had infiltrated the CIA. This was a theory held most prominently by James Angleton, the former chief of the counterintelligence division. So this Nosenko issue has all sorts of side issues wrapped around it. The one issue which seems to be of lesser importance, actually, is the case of Oswald. We're not going to learn anything more about Oswald from Nosenko.
I'm fascinated because everybody agrees, from Richard Helms to John Hart to G. Robert Blakey, the chief counsel for this committee, that you can't rely on Nosenko's testimony about Oswald. So we're spending a lot of time today talking about Nosenko, but we're not talking about, at least so far, a lot of very interesting things that went on between the CIA and the Warren Commission, or that didn't go on. The only allusion that I noticed this morning was when the counsel, Michael Goldsmith, asked Mr. Helms whether Alan Dulles, who was on the Warren Commission, and Dulles was himself a former CIA director who had been fired by President Kennedy. The counsel asked Mr. Helms whether Alan Dulles on the Warren Commission had sought to represent the CIA's interests. And Mr. Helms's response was, I don't think so. Now, a document that's been released under the Freedom of Information Act indicates that Dulles, while serving as a member of the Warren Commission, privately counseled CIA officials on the best way to answer questions from the Commission about allegations that Oswald was a CIA agent. Mr. Dulles, quote, thought language which made it clear that Lee Harvey Oswald was never an employee or agent of the CIA would suffice, unquote. And that was revealed in this document that was released under the Freedom of Information Act. And the officer who wrote that document originally wrote, I agree with him that a carefully phrased denial of the charges of involvement with Oswald seemed most appropriate. In other words, Mr. Dulles was counseling the CIA on evasiveness because we now know from other documents that the CIA, at the minimum, considered contacting Oswald as a source of information about the Soviet Union after Oswald returned from Russia. Now, there are a number of other subjects that are likely to come up, and I should go back to that one I was just talking about for a second. Mr. Helms testified under oath before the Warren Commission that the CIA had never, quote, even contemplated, unquote, using Oswald as a source of information.
Helms himself is an amazing figure, one of the giants of the bureaucracy until he, quote, broke his shovel in the last few years. Ironically enough, he was a victim of Watergate. The one thing that the CIA was doing right in that period was resisting attempts by President Nixon to thwart an FBI investigation into Mexico by bringing in the CIA and saying this would damage the CIA source. Helms refused to go along with that. A while later, he was actually fired by Nixon, although he was given an ambassadorial appointment to Tehran. He had been a longtime friend of the Shah. They went to school together in a Swiss boarding school. And his career ended as ambassador to Tehran. He's now still interested in Iran. He's a business consultant in downtown Washington doing a lot of business with Iran.
Well, there are other questions that Mr. Helms is likely to be asked today, although Mr. Blakey, with his reference to a lot of material that must remain classified, is giving himself a loophole, it seems to me, to not asking some questions which have long been asked. Number one, why the Warren Commission was never told about assassination plots against President Castro of Cuba. Number two, why the CIA never told the Commission not only about those plots, but that they were using high figures in the mafia to carry out some of those plots. And the mafia, of course, was a big target of the Kennedy administration. Robert Kennedy, the Attorney General, went after the mob in a way that probably no Attorney General has had before, or perhaps even since. And there are other questions that if they're not answered today, and if they're not asked in plain ordinary English without veiled references to documents that we can't see, it seems clear to me that it will fuel the fires of the conspiracy believers who say that the CIA was somehow involved with Lee Harvey Oswald and may even have been involved in the Kennedy assassination. That's the most, I think it's fair to say, far out theory, but it's nonetheless one that's prominent in some circles. And if those questions aren't answered today to some extent, or by the end of these hearings next week, it seems to me this committee will have fueled the fires instead of put a damper on them.
Well, once again, Mexico plays a factor in this assassination investigation because the CIA was listening in on phone conversations Oswald made to the Soviet embassy, made to a top KGB official. And the question is, was Oswald telling the Soviets or the Cubans or anybody else down there that he planned to assassinate President Kennedy? We've had previous testimony from Fidel Castro himself and others that Oswald never said such a thing, but then we've had other reports that he may have told Cuban intelligence officials that he planned to kill President Kennedy. Of course, if either the Soviets or the Cubans knew in advance whether or not they conspired with Oswald, it would change the picture markedly. And who else but the CIA, with its wiretaps, electronic eavesdropping, photographs of people going inside and outside the embassy, is in a position to tell us what Oswald was doing in Mexico, or, of course, in the Soviet Union. Although Helms tells us that our intelligence operations inside the Soviet Union were so poor we couldn't even check out what Defector Nosenko was telling us.
Well, one thing that's interesting that I wonder whether we'll get into is why it took the CIA so long to tell the Warren Commission about those photos and how those photos were taken outside the Soviet embassy, the ones that were erroneously labeled as Lee Harvey Oswald. Memos that are public now show that the CIA deliberately dragged its feet in letting the Warren Commission letting the Commission in totally on what the CIA knew about that. And it may be that that information about wiretapping and photographic stations opposite embassies is considered more important to be kept secret by the CIA, even though everybody knows it by now, than to answer the questions that have arisen about this. And it'll be interesting to see how far this committee has been willing to go in pressing the CIA to go public with some answers to questions that have long been prevalent.
Well, that's true. The CIA has been most concerned about what it calls releasing any information about its sources and methods, how it deals with people overseas. Certainly their names are top secret. Methods such as eavesdropping, satellite surveillance. Unfortunately, just recently, a former CIA employee stole the plans to a CIA satellite and sold it to a Russian agent. He's in the process of going on trial now, allegedly stole the plans. The CIA is very, very cautious about its activity. Oh, there's a problem because if foreign countries knew publicly just what the CIA was doing there, they would have to disown the CIA. They know informally, privately often.
Well,
I guess we're about ready to commence with Chairman
Chairman Richardson Pryor, Acting Chairman Richardson Pryor, is back in the chair. I don't know if he's going to start yet, although I see Mr. Helms is sitting down in the witness chair. He was brought coffee this morning, by the way. He's the first witness we've seen to get a hot cup of coffee.
Even President Ford didn't rate a cup of coffee yesterday, and the press never rates a cup of coffee. Not complaining, that's just an observation.
No, they don't let us bring any food or coffee into this room. It's a new rule. This committee is very strict with its procedures.
Sneaking pretzels once in a while.
We have snuck in. This is someone close to the radio reporters here has snuck in a couple of candy bars. I hope we're not held in contempt of Congress here.
Chairman Pryor has evaporated from the chair, so I guess, Joe, we ought to go back to talking about more.
I think he's still there. There are a bunch of aides, including Chief Counsel Blakey, talking there. They're talking to Congressman Dodd, who apparently will be one of the next questioners after Congressman Stokes finishes up with his line of questioning, which has been mainly on the Yuri Nosenko situation and what Nosenko knew and what he told the CIA and why the CIA didn't tell the Warren Commission.
I'd like to read you a quote that you should keep in mind today when you're hearing this testimony. This was former CIA Director Helms testifying on July 17, 1975 before the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator Morgan, you were charged with furnishing the Warren Commission information from the CIA, information you thought was relevant. Helms, no, sir. I was instructed to reply to inquiries from the Warren Commission for information about the agency. I was not asked to initiate any particular thing. Senator Morgan, in other words, if you weren't asked for it, you didn't give it. Helms, that's right, sir.
And that's been the story of both the FBI and the CIA over the years. Cooperate, be helpful, but don't give the company store if the member of Congress isn't bright enough to figure out what the question is. And until recent years, members of Congress who served on the oversight committees, which were about to resign.
Acting Chairman Pryor has gavelled the session back to order.
Would you indulge me a moment, please? I'd like to straighten something out. Mr. Craig tells me that he feels that I did Mr. Katzenbach an injustice in something that I said, and I would not want to do that, so let me just modify what I said this morning. Mr. Stokes asked me whether I thought Mr. Katzenbach's statement to this committee regarding our meeting was untrue. I believe I replied in the affirmative. All I meant to say was that I couldn't comment on Mr. Katzenbach's memory. I wasn't questioning his either judgment or his integrity. I just want to point this out. The meeting did occur, but I didn't mean to imply that he testified untruthfully before this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Helms. Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Helms, if I could just follow up at this point on an area that gives me some concern, and that is, if I understand you correctly, I believe you said you still, even today, don't really know whether Nosenko is bona fide or not. And furthers your recollection that you don't believe the agency ever arrived at that determination, particularly when you were there. Then let me ask you this. If it were clearly proven that Nosenko's statements concerning Oswald were untrue, what significance could you attach to such a finding insofar as the broader question of his overall bona fides is concerned?
I think, Mr. Stokes, that is just the point. And this is the issue which remains, as I understand it, to this very day, that no person familiar with the facts of whom I am aware finds Mr. Nosenko's comments about Lee Harvey Oswald and the KGB to be credible. That still hangs in the air like an incubus. And I think that, therefore, this tends to sour a great deal of one's opinion of all the other things that he may have contributed to the knowledge of the intelligence community about Soviet affairs and Soviet agents and so forth. And I don't know how one resolves this bone in the throat. And therefore, if I sit here before you and say, Mr. Stokes, I believe that Mr. Nosenko is a bona fide defector and that you can rely on everything he says, I am in effect saying to you, Mr. Stokes, you can rely on what he says about Lee Harvey Oswald, and I would not like to make that recommendation to you. And there is where this thing is a most difficult question, even at this late date.
Well, then doesn't this raise the question then of a further part of the dilemma? That if he was not bona fide, the only alternative then is what the CIA suspected, and that was that he might have been a KGB plant sent here for the purpose of deceiving the United States.
That's correct.
Doesn't that logically follow?
That is certainly true, and that was foremost in our minds.
And so that leaves you with the conclusion then that if Nosenko was lying about Oswald, that Oswald would, in fact, be left as being an agent of the KGB.
By implication.
Right. Now, if just the basic Nosenko story were fundamentally disproved, without our taking the next step and saying that Oswald is a KGB agent, what significance would that have on the overall assessment of Nosenko's bona fides?
Mr. Stokes, I find this extraordinarily difficult to say. As one works this backward and forward, as you have been doing, and with great skill, it is, I find, rather dangerous for me to sort of jump from one assumption to another assumption and then extrapolate from these things to judgments which might be very alarming and which could not be demonstrated. And I'm sorry, and I recognize that it's absolutely central to the investigation of this committee, which has worked very long and very hard on this subject to try and resolve this issue, but I can give no more help than I've already given.
Then that leads me to my next question, which is whether you can tell us to what extent, if any, Nosenko's story concerning Oswald changed in 1968 from the story he had been telling earlier about Oswald.
I didn't recall that there was all that much change in his story by 1968. I may be wrong. I have not studied this matter in the depth that it would be required to answer that statement accurately. Mr. Hart has been all through the records. He might have found something which would be helpful on this, but I can't be helpful on it. I don't know at what point any longer at what date Mr. Nosenko began telling us about the additional files which were in the KGB. First he said there was only one file, then he said there were 7 or 8 files on surveillance, I believe, and there were modifications of his story which came later. If that was in 1968, fine. I mean, I accept that. I'm not arguing about it. I just don't recall.
Are you in position to be able to tell us today whether or not any independent investigation ever confirmed any aspect of Nosenko's story about Oswald?
I don't know of any, sir. There may have been, but I'm not familiar with it.
Now, are you aware of the fact that Nosenko was given 3 polygraph tests, 1964, 1966, and 1968? Are you aware of that?
I was aware of it, and I've read it recently in the documentation which I've been shown.
Okay. And can you give us some idea as to why he was given the polygraph test on 3 separate occasions?
I want to be clear, Mr. Stokes, that in testifying in answer to this question, that I'm not depending on my recollection from 15 years ago. I'm depending on what I've read recently. I believe one polygraph test was designed as a sort of a psychological trick on Nosenko to indicate that he wasn't telling the truth. This was early on. I believe the latter 2 tests were an effort to find out about his credibility, whether he was telling the truth, his general behavior. I must confess that when I was reading the results of the second polygraph, there's a statement there from some polygraph expert in the United States who was brought in independently, but I didn't understand his quotations. I mean, I didn't understand to what they related. I couldn't figure out whether he was saying, yes, this was a good polygraph test, or no, it was a bad polygraph test, or whether Mr. Nosenko was lying, or whether he wasn't lying. And I'm sorry, but I just couldn't figure it out.
Well, did you learn that he had failed his first 2 polygraph tests and that he passed the 3rd?
Yes, this assertion I saw in the record.
Right. And did you learn further that with reference to the test that he passed, that this test was given to him approximately 1 month prior to the issuance of the 1968 report by a security officer? And this is where the report concluded that he was bona fide a defector. Did you?
I believe, yes, I'm aware that there was a relationship between that last polygraph test and the recommendation that we resettle him in the normal way of handling defectors. I'd like to point out, though, Mr. Stokes, that I don't believe anyone contends that the polygraph or lie detector is anything more than an aid to interrogation. I don't think that when one says one passes or fails a polygraph test, that this is an accurate description of the phenomenon involved. That when you take a polygraph test, you're asked various questions, and the operator has to make a judgment as to whether you're answering the questions accurately or whether you're lying. I mean, I don't mean accurately, whether you're answering the questions to the best of your knowledge and therefore honestly, or whether you're lying. But I don't believe anyone, including courts of law, accept polygraph examinations as a final judgment. They're simply aids in attempting to establish whether the man is telling the truth or not.
Well, I would concur with you that in terms of the law, that the law looks at them as merely an investigative tool at most, and they have no real reliability in a courtroom. And yet we know that they, as an investigative aid or tool, it's fairly, has fairly wide usage. So when we see, and our investigation reveals the fact that your agency conducted 3 polygraph tests, obviously the question is raised by us as to why did they polygraph him on 3 different occasions? Certainly not just for the fun of it. And then when we look further, we realize that with him having failed 2 tests, and we see that the 3rd one is conducted in 1968, just prior to the issuance of the report, which said he was bona fide, obviously it raises the question in our mind that someone said, if we're going to come out and say he's bona fide, we'd better get a test that supports that. Is that a logical conclusion?
Well, I think that the conclusion, which is logical, is that in trying to wrap up the case and come forward with a recommendation that a polygraph test and all other kinds of investigative techniques would have been brought to bear in an effort to make a good, tidy package. In other words, I don't think that the officers wanted to come forward with this proposal that he be resettled and then have the question asked, well, how does he react on the polygraph these days and so forth, and they would have to say, well, we never tested him. But you know, Mr. Stokes, that this is perhaps not relevant to this inquiry, but I think in some respects it may be. I don't know where the polygraph role stands in Mr. Nosenko's case. We discovered that there were some Eastern Europeans who could beat the polygraph every time. Americans aren't very good at it because we're raised to believe in truth, and that when we lie, it's pretty easy to tell we're lying. But you find that a lot of Eastern Europeans and Asiatics can handle that polygraph without even a blip and be lying, and you know they're lying, and you have evidence that they're lying. So it's I don't know in which category Mr.
Nosenko obviously falls in that category.
Some category.
Well, I'm advised that the CIA uses polygraph tests on all of its employees. Is that a fact?
It works very well with Americans.
I see. Let me ask you this. We have learned further through our investigation in the first two polygraph tests that Nosenko was asked numerous questions, numbering somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 questions relative to Oswald. We've learned further that in the 1968 test that he was only asked 2 questions about Oswald on that polygraph test. Can you tell us why that occurred?
I cannot, sir. I have no idea. In fact, I can't even give you a rational explanation at this late date. I may have been given one at the time, I may have even known at the time, but I'm sorry, my memory is a blank about that.
At any rate, the questions to be resolved around Oswald would not be any less important in 1968 than they were in 64 or 66, would they?
No, sir, they wouldn't have been less important. But by 1968, there was a clear objective in mind of trying to do something about the resettlement of this man, that this case simply had to be resolved. Whether it was resolved 100% satisfactorily or not, it had to be resolved. I was determined of this. And therefore, I was prepared to accept many obstructions or obstacles and so forth, and still probably would have said, I think you better go ahead and resettle that man. There is no other option. There's no other way. There's nothing else we can do.
Now, I'd like to get your further comment in this area, because from what we've heard from you regarding the polygraph and what we've heard from Mr. Hart, we have a conflict here that the committee must in some way resolve. Mr. Hart told us when he testified here representing the head of the CIA that the polygraph was not utilized for the purpose of ascertaining the truth of this man's statements, that it was used to intimidate him as a part of the whole process of breaking him. Let me just quote some of the things he said to us so that we can then ask for your opinion. He said the agency's activity was devoted to breaking Nosenko, who was presumed on the basis of the supposed evidence given by Mr. X that Nosenko was a dispatched KGB agent sent to mislead the United States. It is with this in mind that we have to approach everything that happened from 1962 after the first contact with Nosenko terminated, and the time that Nosenko was turned over to the CIA Office of Security for reinvestigation. The polygraphs themselves must be evaluated in the light of their use, not to get at truth, because they were used as an instrument. They were not used as an instrument of getting at truth. They were used as an instrument of intimidation of one sort or another, in one way or another. Now again, on the handling of Nosenko, the belief among the small group of people running the Nosenko case a very limited group of people was that he was part of a plot of the type outlined by Mr. X, which was so horrendous that therefore not many people could be made privy to this investigation. And then another part of his testimony, and I'm skipping parts to get at the pertinent parts. He said, in addition to that, the operator was guilty of some provocative remarks. He told before the polygraph examination, one of the polygraph examinations began, he told Nosenko that he was a fanatic, that there was no evidence to support his legend, and your future is now zero. And then if I recall his testimony correctly, he went on to explain that in a polygraph test, obviously you do not make comments of the sort to a man prior to being given the test. Then he says this further. Chief of SB, the fact that the man was kept for extraordinary lengths of time strapped into the chair, all of these add up in the estimation of CIA examiners who've gone over this series of tests to an invalid polygraph. Now in the handwriting of the Deputy Chief SB, who is a day-to-day supervisor of the activity which I have been describing, there is an admission which implies fairly clearly that there was no intention that this 1966 series of polygraphs would be valid. I read here a direct quotation which exists in writing, and most of it is in the handwriting of the Deputy Chief of SB. Speaking of the aims to be achieved by the 1966 polygraph examinations, he writes, to gain more insight into points of detail which we could use in fabricating an ostensible Nosenko confession, insofar as we could make one consistent and believable even to the Soviets. A confession would be useful in any eventual disposal of Nosenko. Now, he doesn't clarify what he means in this document by disposal, but it is apparent that. And then Mr. Sawyer interrupted and said, excuse me, did you use the term eventual disposal of him? Mr. Hart, I used the term the eventual disposal. Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Helms, I think it would be important to this committee to have your comments on Mr. Hart's testimony with reference to why the polygraph was being utilized in light of your own.
No, my understanding is that the first polygraph examination that he was given was designed to not to elicit the truth. It was designed to be used as a pressure tactic on him to see if he would confess. I thought the only polygraph that, or the only two polygraphs that were given in the normal polygraph way by examiners who had nothing to do with the interrogation were the last two. I didn't think this, the first one, as I think it's been admitted, was not for the purpose of ascertaining the truth. It was the purpose of bringing pressure to bear on Mr. Nosenko. And as to those lurid comments at the end about disposal, I've already addressed myself to those this morning. I knew nothing about these comments. I knew nothing about a rigged confession. I knew nothing about those things at all. They may have been written down by the deputy chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, but I don't know this independently. I've not seen his notes. All I know is I was never aware of this, and there was never any disposition on the part of anybody in a position of responsibility in the management of the agency to do anything with Mr. Nosenko except to try and establish his bona fides somehow.
So if these things were being done while you were in the capacity which you described here, it was never brought to your attention?
It was not.
Ms. Helms, at the time that the responsibility for handling Nosenko was initially given to the SR branch or the SR division, did the SR division enter into the situation as a neutral party, or did the SR division think from the very beginning that Nosenko was not a bona fide defector?
I think early on their conviction was that he was not a bona fide defector. That's my impression today.
When the security officer began his investigation, did he enter the situation in a sort of a neutral capacity?
I don't know whether he entered it, sir, in a neutral capacity or whether he felt that the SR Division fellows had been wrong and that a different treatment of Nosenko would elicit a different result. I'm inclined to think that was the status of the affair. But in any event, by that time, it was clear that the hostile interrogation was getting nowhere.
Now, at that point, you were aware, of course, of the hostile interrogation. Is that it?
Yes, as I indicated, a decision was made to try that after his behavior and his drinking and so forth was such that there was no way to get him to talk at all except to confine him.
How would you characterize, by the way, your own reaction to this whole situation? Was this frustrating, or were you just content with going along with this whole period of time in which...
I don't think there's been anything more frustrating in my life. And this would have been resolved, I think, very rapidly if it involved anything except the assassination of President Kennedy. I don't suppose I'd be sitting here today if he hadn't been assassinated either.
Now, I think you testified earlier today that you told or communicated the fact to Chief Justice Warren that this man's bona fides generally could not be established and that he was not a believable defector. When you met with Chief Justice Warren for purposes of clarification, did you tell him specifically that the agency had been unable to resolve the issue of Nosenko's bona fides, or did you tell him that the agency did not think that Nosenko was bona fide?
I believe, and it's my recollection, that what I said to the Chief Justice was that we don't know what this man represents, but we cannot vouch for him. In other words, we cannot vouch for him positively, and that therefore I think that the Warren Commission should take into consideration the fact that we cannot vouch for him, and therefore we cannot sign off, if you like, on what he has said as being true, and that in all fairness to the Commission, this obviously sets in question the statement which the FBI had passed to the Warren Commission about Nosenko's comments right after his defection about Oswald, and that I took as close to a middle position as I could. In other words, I didn't use any excessive language. I didn't attempt to dramatize this. I just said we can't do it, and this is our responsibility, and I'm sorry.
Ms. Helms, yesterday I put into the record an exhibit which was a report to the Warren Commission that had been compiled as a result of testimony taken from Nosenko by the FBI, a fairly extensive document which the Warren Commission had in its files. I did not see such a document with reference to the CIA. Can you tell us whether or not, or tell us what the substance was of what you told the Warren Commission or Chief Justice Warren of Nosenko's story about Oswald?
Sir, I'm not sure that I quite understand. Are you asking me, is there a document in existence about what I told Chief Justice Warren?
Yes, I'd be asking in twofold. Number one, I'd be asking you, is there such a document? And number two, tell us what, if anything, was said, whether there is or is not a document.
I don't know. I don't think there is a document. I don't recall ever having written a document about it. Whether Chief Justice Warren himself wrote a document or whether it's incorporated in the proceedings of the Warren Commission, I don't know that either, sir.
Okay. Well, can you give us the benefit of what you told him about the substance of Nosenko's story? I
don't believe that at this meeting, at least as I now vaguely recall it, that I went into the substance. I simply was stuck to the fact that we couldn't vouch for the man, and that therefore whatever he had said, they would have to judge in that light.
Can you tell us what the Chief Justice Warren's reaction was to your analysis?
I don't think he was pleased to hear this, but he was perfectly reasonable about it and said, thank you very much, and I will appropriately inform my colleagues on the commission about this, And I appreciate your having come down here and told us, and we will be guided accordingly.
Mr. Helms, did the Warren Commission or the Warren Commission staff ever make a request to interview Hsca themselves?
I'm not aware of it, Mr. Stokes, if they did.
Did you inform the Warren Commission in April of 1964 that Hsca was then being placed in solitary confinement?
I don't remember anymore what the Warren Commission was told about the circumstances of Mr. Hsca's living conditions or handling. I don't have any recollection of that at all. Whether any of my colleagues talked to them about it, I just don't know. 15 years is a long time to remember that kind of detail.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it something that you think they should have been told about?
Well, I have a hard time answering that. I think we were all preoccupied with getting at what Mr. Hsca knew about Oswald, and the details of our lack of success had been given them, and it seemed to me that those were the relevant things.
That was irrelevant?
Were the relevant things.
I see. Well, wouldn't it have been either responsibility of you or Mr. McCone to advise the Commission of the extraordinary action being taken with reference to this?
Well, I don't think there was anything particularly extraordinary about the months during which the Warren Commission was sitting that he was undergoing.
Maybe you misunderstood my use of the word extraordinary. It seemed to me that the point you're getting ready to put a man in solitary confinement on the conditions under which he was confined, this is not a normal American situation. It was extraordinary.
I understand that.
And so I put it in that sense. Don't you think they should have been advised of this extraordinary situation?
But I think that these, is it not true? Maybe my recollection is faulty, but during the time that we were attempting to resolve his bona fides in order to help the Warren Commission, the fact that he was being kept alone and isolated and so forth, I didn't think would have come as a surprise to anyone. This is the way we handle all defectors.
That was standard operating procedure then, is that it?
Of course. What would you do with them? Put them in the Hilton?
Well, I've never been in that position, have to put one anywhere, and hopefully never will. Whose decision was it, Mr. Helms, to place him in solitary confinement?
Oh, I think to Mr. Stokes, it was a decision arrived at by those involved in the case that this was, well, it was a kind of a decision jointly arrived at, I'm sure, on the recommendation of the individuals who were going to do the interrogating, and that at the original point of departure, obviously he would have been kept alone, and an effort would have been made to interrogate him on successive days. The fact that he was held so long is something that came afterward. That didn't have much to do with the Warren Commission once their report had come out, but we still were dogged by this necessity to try and resolve the case. But a lot of people were involved in this decision. This is hardly the kind of a decision that an individual makes all by himself.
Well, what I'm trying to do is have the record clear as to who made this decision as of April 4, 1964 rather, to place him in solitary confinement. Who made that decision?
I don't know exactly who made the final decision. I assume it went to the director for his approval before it went forward. I don't know this is a fact. I would assume that the agency records might show this. If they don't, my recollection is not that clear anymore.
Well,
I was a party to the decision, I'm sure of that. I don't want to duck anything around here. I don't want any of you gentlemen to think that, like so many witnesses which come before congressional committees, that nobody can be found who is prepared to stand up and say that they were there, but I was there. But it would not have been my final decision to make.
Well, so that the committee then, following up on your last words, so that they can properly assess it, what specifically was your input?
I assume that my input would have been to agree that this should be tried. The hostile interrogation should be tried. I obviously had no idea at that time that this was going to drag on so.
Mr. Helms, let me refer you once again to page 147 of the declassified transcript. The question posed to you on that page.
147, Mr. Stokes?
147.
Right.
Try to get you the exact line in just a moment.
Is this where I say I certainly agreed to the fact this should be tried?
No, I'd like for you to refer to line 17, and then I want to ask you this question.
I see line 17. It's where Mr. Goldsmith asked me a question.
Right. Now, was this question asked of you by Mr. Goldsmith? Please describe, to the best of your knowledge, the conditions under which Hsca was placed when he's put in solitary confinement. Answer. He was put into a small house in the countryside where he had a perfectly sanitary and satisfactory living condition. They were just not particularly spacious or padded, let us say. His bed was perfectly adequate. His chair was perfectly adequate. The lighting was perfectly adequate. But it was not particularly comfortable in the normal American sense of the terms. Was that question asked of you, and was that your answer?
Yes, that was my answer. I believe that was if that is not an accurate description of the first place that he was held after his defection, then I was misinformed. I never went and visited the house myself. This is simply what I was told.
So we understand you now. Your testimony here today would not be the same as it was on that day. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not, sir. I'm simply saying that I believe that he was held in two different places over this period of time. And at the first place he was held, as my understanding, this is an accurate description of it. If it's incorrect, I'm sorry, but I was just doing my best to describe what I understood. Is it not correct?
Well, let me ask you this. When do you understand that conditions changed from what you have described here?
It was sometime later, I don't know how many months later, when a facility was created specifically to hold Mr. Hsca, and I believe that was somewhat later on. It must have been later on because it had to be arranged.
Okay. Well, will you just... I'm having a little problem understanding on that occasion if you were of the impression that Mr. Goldsmith was asking you about one particular place and you had in mind another place, why you didn't indicate that at that time.
Well, that is quite conceivable, Mr. Stokes. I'm sorry if when he says was placed when he was put in solitary confinement, if that referred to the later installation, I didn't understand it that way. He was in solitary confinement from the time he was brought over.
Okay. At the point he was put into solitary confinement then, can you describe the conditions that existed then?
Now, in solitary confinement, are you referring to the installation in which he was later held, which was constructed for this purpose? Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, let me put it this way, so that there's no mistake about it. He's put in solitary confinement April 4th, 1968. Is that correct? 64, I'm sorry.
Well, he was subjected to hostile interrogation. I believe he'd been in solitary confinement even before April. I don't... is there a magic to solitary confinement aside from the fact that it's kind of a buzzword in the United States? I mean, he's living alone in a house. Is that solitary confinement, or is this? Do you have something else in mind? Is all I'm trying to get at.
WFCR.
How many times was his position where he was headquartered a house changed?
I don't know exactly. I don't know where he was first put when he arrived in Washington. I don't know where he was, whether that was the same place that he was kept until he was moved to a later place. I'm not sure of these details anymore at all.
Well, are you able to describe any of these places where he was kept for us?
The place, the installation which he was later taken to, I saw many years afterward. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
I guess it still exists.
Can you describe that place for us, or the conditions that he experienced?
I never visited the place when Mr. Hsca was there. It was sometime and quite some years after he had left there that I went to see it. At the time it was constructed, I believe I sent an officer or a couple of officers in whom I had confidence to go down and examine the place and see if it was too rigorous or whether it could be, it was proper for the purposes and so forth, and I was assured it was all right. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken their word. Maybe I should have gone down myself, but the fact remains that I have seen it once. But I can't describe the conditions under which he was held because I never went and visited him when he was there.
Mr. Helms, prior to April 4th, 1964, when he was put in solitary confinement, hadn't he been on vacation in Hawaii with some of the CIA agents? For over 2 weeks.
Oh, I think that sure. He was drinking in Baltimore. He'd been to Hawaii. There were various devices being used to try and take care of him and talk to him and so forth. So it may be that it was in April precisely that he was put in solitary confinement, or that he was confined, let's put it that way.
That he was confined as of that date.
But after all, he was in the custody of these individuals as soon as he arrived in the United States. I'm not sure when he was confined was brought about, whether it was in the same house in which he was living when he was in Washington or whether it wasn't. I'm sorry, I just don't have these details, Mr. Stokes.
Okay. Well, then even the place which you describe in your previous testimony, then you don't know when that was, do you?
I thought that this was the first place that he was put when the serious interrogation began. When I was down here before, and I guess it's in this book somewhere, Mr. Hsca himself, I believe, gave this committee an affidavit describing the fact that he was held in 2 different places, and that was the basis on which I assumed he was accurate about it. But if this now comes down to a question of my veracity about this testimony, then I must have misunderstood the question, and I'd rather withdraw it and not describe at all how Mr. Hsca was held. I think that would be better for the record.
Is that your preference?
Yes.
All right.
Then there won't be any question about it.
I ask that as chairman, I ask that the clerk mark another exhibit in her possession as JFK F-446, and I request that the witness be provided a copy of it, and that this exhibit be entered into the record at this point.
Without objection, Exhibit F-446 will be admitted into the record at this point.
I request further, Mr. Chairman, that in the event I did not request that JFK Exhibit F-537 be made a part of the record, that it be made a part of the record at this point.
Without objection, Exhibit F-537 is entered into the record at this point.
I have the document.
You do have the document? Okay. Mr. Helms, when this committee interviewed Hsca, during the course of the testimony we took from him, I made a special request that he provide this committee with an affidavit that was set forth with preciseness exactly the way he was treated while while in custody by the CIA. I want to read this exhibit at this time. In accordance accordance with the request of the staff of the committee, House Select Committee on Assassination, I make the following statement describing the conditions of my imprisonment from April of 1964 to the end of 1967. On April the 4th of 1964, I was taken for a physical checkup and a test on a lie detector somewhere in a house. A doctor had given me a physical checkup, and after that I was taken in another room for the test on a lie detector. After finishing the test, an officer of CIA has come in the room and talked with a technician, started to shout that I was a phony, and immediately several guards entered in the room. The guards ordered me to stand by the wall, to undress, and checked me. After that, I was taken upstairs in an attic room. The room had a metal bed attached to the floor in the center of this room. Nobody told me anything, how long I would be there or what would happen to me. After several days, 2 officers of CIA started interrogations. I tried to cooperate, and even in evening hours was writing for them whatever I could recollect about the KGB. These officers were interrogating me about a month or 2 months. The tone of interrogations was hostile. Then they stopped to come to see me until the end of 1964. I was kept in this room to the end of 1964 and beginning of 1965. The conditions were very poor and difficult. I could have a shower once in a week, and once in a week I could shave. I was not given a toothbrush, and a toothpaste and food given to me was very poor. I did not have enough to eat and was hungry all the time. I had no contact with anybody to talk. I could not read. I could not smoke. I even could not have fresh air or to see anything from this room. The only window was screened and boarded. The only door of the room had a metal screen. And outside in a corridor, 2 guards were watching me day and night. The only furniture in the room was a single bed and a light bulb. The room was very hot in the summertime. In the end of 1964, there were started again interrogations by several different officers. The first day they kept me under 24 hours interrogation. All interrogations were done in a hostile manner. At the end of all those interrogations, when I was told that it was the last one and asked what I wanted to be relayed to higher ups, I said that I was a true defector, and being under arrest about 386 days, I wanted to be put on trial if I was found guilty or released. I also asked how long it would continue. I was told that I would be there 3,860 days and even more. This evening, I was taken by guards blindfolded and handcuffed in a car and delivered to an airport and put in a plane. I was taken to another location where I was put into a concrete room with bars on a door. In the room was a single steel bed and a mattress. No pillow, no sheet, and no blanket. During winter, it was very cold, and I asked to give me a blanket, which I received after some time. Except one day of interrogation and one day of a test on a lie detector, I have not seen anyone beside guards and a doctor. Guards were not allowed to talk with me. After my constant complaining that I needed fresh air, at the end of 1966, I was taken almost every day for 30 minutes exercise to a small area attached to the cell. The area was surrounded by a chain link fence and by a second fence that I could not see through. The only thing I could see was the sky. Being in this cell, I was watched day and night through TV camera. Trying to pass the time a couple of times, I was making from threads chess sets. And every time when I finished those sets, immediately, guards were entering in my cell and taking them from me. I was desperately wanting to read. And once when I was given a toothpaste, I found in a toothpaste box a piece of paper with description of components of this toothpaste. I was trying to read it under blanket, but guards noticed it, and again it was taken from me. Conditions in both first and second locations were analogical. I was there till November of 1967. Then I again was transferred, blindfolded and handcuffed to another location. In this new place, I had a room with much better conditions, and CIA officers started questioning me every day, excluding Sundays, touching all questions concerning my biography, career in the KGB, and all cases of the KGB known to me. I was imprisoned for the whole 5 years, and I started my life in the USA in April of 1969. It's dated August 7, 1978, signed by Nosenko, Y.I. Now this affidavit was taken by counsel for this committee, Kenneth Klein, as a result of my request. Having heard this affidavit as I read it, can you tell me whether or not that is a bona fide statement from Mr. Nosenko about the way he was treated by the CIA?
Mr. Stokes, I have no means for agreeing or disagreeing. I have no basis for agreeing or disagreeing. I didn't visit him during the time that he was being held. After that affidavit was read to me back in August, I inquired of one of my former associates who had to do with the holding of Nosenko. He said that he was certainly held under difficult conditions, but I don't think that his testimony about the food that Nosenko has, he made the point that a doctor examined him once a week and that certain of these statements would seem to be somewhat exaggerated, but I have no independent basis for doing it. You can bring this officer in here and talk to him anytime you like. I just don't know whether this is correct or not.
Did anyone ever working under you request permission to give him drugs?
My recollection is that there was a request made to use the kind of drugs that were considered to be aids in interrogation, the truth drugs such as I believe sodium pentothal is one of them. I don't recall exactly what was proposed, but I made it clear on that occasion that he was to be given drugs under no circumstances, and I'd also made it clear from the very outset that he was not to be mistreated physically. And to the best of my knowledge, he was never given drugs and he was never mistreated physically, and he was regularly checked by a doctor as to his general state of health. And the doctor, I believe, who did the checking, if recollection serves, was a medical doctor as well as a psychiatrist.
When Mr. Hart testified here a few days ago, in substantially every detail in Mr. Nosenko's affidavit, Mr. Hart verifies that this is the way this man was treated. Researched and studied by him and 4 assistants. With that knowledge, you still say that with your position being what it was with the agency, that you knew nothing of these Spartan conditions?
No, I knew he was being held under Spartan conditions. I'm simply saying that I'm unable to attest to the details that he has in here because I never went to visit him during this time. The reports were made to me that he was being held in Spartan conditions. That's why we had the doctor go down to examine him.
And in light of
Chairman Stokes is just
with reference to his diet there, is it your statement that you said that statement was exaggerated?
The gentleman with whom I spoke a few days ago told me that the one thing he had been insisted on was that Mr. Nosenko get enough food. He told me this. I can only attest to that's what he told me. But he's available if you want to talk to him.
Well, we have a statement of the CIA that periodically during this time his diet was modified to the extent that his portions of food were modest and restricted. That's their statement to us. Chairman, I think I have just maybe one or two final questions. The conditions that we have just talked about obviously began April 4, 1964. Is that correct?
That's what you say, Mr. Stokes. I have to go. I'm going to go with your. I'm going with your time schedule from now on. There's no sense in my getting all confused and delaying this hearing by this. I'll accept what you say, that it started in April '64.
You'll accept it. The report of the Warren Commission was not issued till December of that year. September of that year.
Did you say, I'm sorry, sir, did you say September or December?
I originally said December, and I was wrong. It was September.
September.
Right. It would seem to me that that would have been ample time for the Warren Commission to have been advised of the conditions under which a defector who professed to have important information about Oswald was being kept. And if I understand your testimony correctly, the commission was not told of these conditions under which this defector was being kept.
I don't recall their having been told. They certainly knew that we had the defector in our custody, because that was the burden of what I told the Chief Justice. The precise circumstances under which he was being held, if they were identified to the Warren Commission, I'm not aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Helms. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
This may be a good place for us to break if you've completed your questioning, Mr. Chairman. Let me suggest that the committee recess until 1:30. Would that be agreeable to you, Mr. Helms?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
1:30. Is that agreeable with the committee? The committee stands recessed until 1:30 today.
Acting
The
Chairman,
chair
Mr.
recognizes
has gavelled the
Congressman
session
Dodd for such time as he
to
may
order,
consume
and he's
to
now
resume the
recognizing
questioning.
Congressman Christopher Dodd for questioning the
Mr.
witness,
Chairman.
Mr. Helms.
Mr. Helms, before I begin my line of questioning, I'd like to ask you if you might not want to clarify a statement. I received some calls over the lunch break from some constituents from my own state of Connecticut who were listening to the testimony this morning, and they mentioned to me, and it occurred that they hadn't made some sense. You might want to rephrase a response to a question regarding Eastern Europeans and Asians with their propensity to be able to pass polygraph tests. I understood you to mean probably that what you were talking about is trained agents from those parts of the world, rather than Asians and Eastern Europeans as an ethnic group. And I thought maybe you might want to take a minute and clarify that.
Well, Mr. Dodd, if my generalization caused offense, I had no intention of doing this. What I, in effect, was trying to say was that there is an occasional individual who lives in that part of the world who has spent his life lying about one thing or another, and therefore becomes so good at it that he can pass a polygraph test. But this would be one individual, maybe in 1 million or 100,000 or something of that kind. There's nothing, and I imagine Americans, if they set their mind to it, could do it as well. We do things as well as most other people. I meant no offense to Eastern Europeans as a category, or to any individual Eastern Europeans.
Fine, I thought I'd clear that up.
I'm glad you did. I'm sorry if any of your constituents felt that I was being disrespectful, but I had no intention of being that way.
I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, ask the clerk to show to the witness, Mr. Helms, JFK Exhibit F413A. For the purpose of the record, this is a letter dated 3 April 1964 from Lawrence R. Houston General Counsel that Mr. Helms brought with him this morning and had, I believe, inserted in the record. Is this the only copy? Well, then would you please show that to Mr. Helms?
Thank you. I have it in front of me, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you. Mr. Helms, I noted in looking at the exhibit during the lunch break that there was no signature on that letter. There's an initial. I'm not sure it's even Mr. Hsca's initial, but it was not signed by anyone. And I'd like to, if I could, address some questions to you with regard to Mr. Hsca and the credibility of that statement. This morning you supplied the committee with this memorandum, which was ostensibly written by Mr. Hsca, the former CIA General Counsel, regarding meetings with the Justice Department officials about Lysenko. That was the substance anyway, as I understood it, of the memorandum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this the same Lawrence Houston who on May 7th, 1962, along with Sheffield Edwards, also of the CIA, briefed Attorney General Robert Kennedy about the pre-Bay of Pigs CIA mafia plots?
I believe that it is the same, Mr. Hsca. He was general counsel of the agency for many years.
I'm looking here at this report from the Intelligence Committee on page 131, and at the bottom, paragraph B, briefing of the Attorney General on May 7, 1962. An entry in Attorney General Kennedy's calendar for May 7, 1962 states, quote, 1 o'clock, Richard Helms, and at 4 o'clock, the Attorney General met with Houston and Edwards to be briefed on the CIA operation involving Mayhew, Roselli, Giancana. So that would be the meeting. That satisfies your...
It does. It satisfies my recollection. I've been questioned about that calendar on many occasions. That appointment that I had with the Attorney General that day at 1 o'clock apparently was canceled for some reason, so I was never there, but I believe that Houston and Edwards did keep their appointment.
Isn't it true that at that meeting, both Mr. Houston and Mr. Edwards told the Attorney General, this is May 7th, 1962, that the CIA mafia plots no longer were in any existence, were terminated?
That's my understanding of what they told him, Mr. Dodd. I believe wasn't that contained in a memorandum for the record that was written after their meeting? Was it written by Colonel Edwards? I don't recall the name of it. Someone wrote a memorandum.
Well, I'll quote here for you the bottom of paragraph BB on page 132 of this report. It says, and that Kennedy was told, quote, the activity had been terminated as of that time. That satisfies your recollection?
I assume that's what they told him.
In fact, a direct quote here I have on page 133 of this same report, a footnote 4, referring to the italicized paragraph at the top of page 133, and I'll read that first. It says, the Attorney General was not told that the gambling syndicate operation had already been reactivated, nor, as far as we know, was he ever told that the CIA had a continuing involvement with U.S. gangster elements. That's the Inspector General's report, page 65. That's where those italicized words come from. Footnote referring down to that, and then the fourth footnote referring to this general line of questioning. It says, Houston testified that Kennedy insisted, quote, there was not to be any contact of the mafia without prior consultation with him. Isn't it also true, to your knowledge, that the 1967 CIA Inspector General report concluded that Sheffield and Edwards had in fact lied when he and Houston had told the Attorney General that these plots no longer existed?
Does it appear in the Inspector General's report that Edwards lied?
Well, maybe semantically we could
I'm not
call it something else.
I just don't recall anymore.
Well, on page 134 of the same report I'm reading from, the first full paragraph at the top of page 134 reads as follows. As concluded by the CIA itself in the Inspector General's report, Edwards' statement that he was not aware of these developments is implausible. Do you have any disagreement with that statement?
I don't know how to judge it one way or the other. I didn't recall the statement as I was sitting here, and I just am unable to help with it. If the Inspector General thought it was implausible, I guess he thought it was, but I don't think any final judgment was made about it. It was part of a very long report which was directed at some other things as well, and I don't recall this ever became an issue that anybody attempted to define or refine, let me put it that way.
Well, the reason I raise it is just as to the credibility of Mr. Houston with regard to the memo, and I thought maybe you might be able to shed some light on why that was not signed. Was that a normal operating procedure in a memorandum such as that, not to sign something that has your name typewritten underneath it? And
well, sir, I don't know. You see, what we're dealing with, Mr. Dodd, here is a Xerox, or at least if it isn't a Xerox, maybe I shouldn't use a company name. Let's say a copy. I don't know whether it's a copy of the original memorandum that Mr. Houston wrote, or a copy of the copy that was made at the time that he wrote the memorandum. I don't know who put the signed LRH down here. In other words, I think that we need some help from the agency as to the exact circumstances, but I can't conceive that Mr. Houston wouldn't be glad to speak for himself in this. He's still alive and well, living here in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. This morning, I believe I heard you testify that you gave all of the information you believed pertinent to the Warren Commission's investigation to the Commission promptly. Was that, am I recalling your statement correctly there?
I said that I believe I testified, Mr. Dodd, that I believed this to be the case, although I had learned in recent years that one must never make a flat statement about anything, so there may have been certain cases in which they did not get information promptly, but I believe our effort was to give it to them as promptly as possible.
All right. Now, I'd like to proceed, if I could, for the next few minutes and talk with you and ask you to respond to questions surrounding the so-called assassination plots that were ongoing during the period from 1961 on. And so I'd like to have you focus your attention on that particular aspect of our inquiry here today. My first question, Mr. Helms, is to your knowledge, was any member of the Warren Commission or its staff ever informed by the Central Intelligence Agency of the CIA's anti-Castro assassination plots?
I assume that you're referring to the one that is most frequently characterized as an assassination plot which involved the mafia. Is that what you're referring to? Because the other assassination plots I don't accept as assassination plots, and so we're going to have a definitional problem.
Well, let's start off from the very beginning and ask whether or not the Warren Commission was ever informed of any of these attempts on the Cuban regime, whether on the person of Fidel Castro or on an effort to overthrow his government, on an effort to knock him off personally, whatever they fall into. In any of that area, to your knowledge, was the Warren Commission ever informed by the Warren Commission members or their staff ever informed of these efforts?
I don't know what the Warren Commission knew, Mr. Dodd. I didn't inform them of these things, but they had among their members Mr. Allen Dulles, who was certainly aware of what had been going on with respect to Cuba. Senator Richard Russell of Georgia, as the chairman of the Oversight Committee for the agency, was also aware of what was going on with respect to Cuba. Mr. McCone, who was the director at the time, also knew what was going on with Cuba. What they said to the commission or what the commission knew from those gentlemen, I don't know. I never spoke to them myself about it.
But you never did, personally?
I never did.
I'd like to draw your attention, if I could, to page 22 of your now declassified August 9th, 1978 testimony before this committee, wherein you stated, and I'll quote, do you have a copy of the report in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I got it here. I can give it to you.
What page was this, sir? I'm sorry.
22. I believe that should correspond. Where is it?
I'm on 22.
On line 9, as is your copy, read, the only assassination plot that had any semblance of substance to it, I'm quoting your response now to Mr. Goldsmith's question.
Yes.
The only assassination plot that had any semblance of substance to it was one involving a couple of mafia chieftains, and which were supposed to have taken place before the Bay of Pigs. Is Is that an accurate reflection of your views?
As far as I know, it's an accurate statement. I would make essentially the same statement today.
Before proceeding with the line of questioning on that, may I ask you at this point who these mafia or organized crime chieftains were?
In my recollection, I'd like to point out that there were two times in which different people were in touch with mafia. One happened before I was aware that this was going on, and which was the episode that was referred to by Colonel Edwards and Mr. Houston when they saw the Attorney General. The second one, which I never characterized as an assassination plot because as far as I knew it never went anywhere, was a second one involving the mafia, the one for which I have on public television apologized for, said it was the greatest mistake of my life to have ever been involved with it or to have had anything to do with it. I'm sorry about it, but I have never had any convincing evidence from any human being to this day that that plot ever went anywhere. And I think that just in order to make myself quite explicit here, I would want to see the information that said that that identification of William Harvey with Roselli ever produced anything in Havana. I would like some evidence of this. I would like a statement. I would like, under oath, from somebody other than a mafia chieftain.
I'll go back to my question again now. The first relationship existed prior to your direct involvement, I guess.
That's right.
And this is prior to the May 7th, 1962 meeting, the one that was referred to by Mr. Edwards and Mr. Houston.
That's right, and therefore I don't know the details of it.
Am I correct in assuming that the names that were referred to in the report, Mr. Roselli, Mr. Giancana, that those were the principals involved? Were there others that you're aware of?
I believe there were others, but I don't recall the name. I thought there was a fellow named Trafficante involved, but I'm not sure about that. He came into the picture later.
Well, now, as for the ones, and I do recognize that you have made a public apology, and I preface my question to you with that in mind, but could you tell this committee who the individuals were that you happened to be involved with on the second set of circumstances involving mafia chieftains or organized crime figures?
As far as I'm aware, on that particular situation, it was William K. Harvey who was in touch with John Roselli, and it was Harvey and Roselli who were attempting to find, if I understood it correctly, some channel from Florida into Havana. I also understand that there was a question of poison pills which were supposed to be transported to Havana. There was never any evidence that they were ever transported there or ever left the United States. There was never any evidence that this plot ever left the Florida mainland. And if it was indeed an assassination plot, it was misadvertised to me because I had understood it was an effort to see if a connection could be made between the mafia in Florida and the mafia in Havana. And to the best of my knowledge, the connection never was made.
Other than Mr. Harvey and Mr. Roselli, was there anyone else that would fall into the character of being members of organized crime that you had direct contact with?
I had direct contact with none of the only gentleman I had direct contact myself with was Harvey, who was a staff officer. I never met Mr. Roselli. I never met Mr. Giancana. If I've met a mafia chieftain, I wasn't aware of it.
Am I to understand that Mr. Giancana was also involved in this second?
I don't think he was. It was not my understanding that he was. But then I have no way of demonstrating that, Mr. Dodd. The mafia has its own internal organization, and who Roselli talked to, I don't know.
Going back again to the statement that I read from the page 22 of your declassified testimony before this committee, the only assassination plot that had any semblance of substance was the one involving a couple of mafia chieftains. I'd like to, if I could, refer you to JFK Exhibit 527. I'd ask the clerk to supply Mr. Helms with a copy of that exhibit. And I'd ask you, Mr. Helms, if you would, to take a look over this exhibit with particular emphasis on the last paragraph of what is page 2 of this exhibit on through page 3 to the top of page 4, ending with the paragraph that ends on the top of page 4. So I'll take a minute, take a look at that.
Where I begin, it became clear very early. Is that where you want me to start?
Yeah, if you just want to read that to yourself, I'm not answering that you read it out loud, but just so you familiarize yourself with what the contents of this exhibit are.
Mr. Helms? Yes. Mr. Helms is reading the exhibit to himself. Joe, have you found it? No, we don't seem to have it in our packet. You found it.
The Inspector General's report written in 1967, the internal study done by the CIA to find out if there were assassination plots and who was responsible and what could be done about it. Some of this information has been...
I've read that now, sir, yes.
All right, and is it fair to assume that you recognize this document? You've seen it before?
Yes, I have.
This is am I correct in stating that this is the CIA's Inspector General's report done in 1967, prepared...
Yes, the one that I asked to have done.
One that you had required to have done as DCI, the director of the agency.
Right.
Okay. I don't intend to read all of this, but beginning at the last sentence on page 2 of the Inspector General's report, it reads as follows, the last sentence: "We can identify 5 separate phases in agency assassination planning, although the transitions from one to another are not always sharply defined. Each phase is a reflection of the then prevailing government attitude toward the Cuban regime." And without reading each one of them, the Inspector General's report, prepared at your request, then outlines in separate paragraphs from A through E 5 separate, what they describe as 5 separate phases. And using their language again, in agency assassination planning. And I'd like to know, first of all, how you can explain that we have in a report prepared for you in 67 what appears to me to be 5 separate areas of assassination planning, and how that can be distinguished from your statement in executive session to the committee, where we talk about basically one, or the semblance of one, assassination attempt involving organized crime figures. Can you please enlighten the committee as to how you can reach 2 separate conclusions?
Yes, I can. I think this is rather lurid language that's been used in this report. As I read through this looks like the efforts that were made during this time to upset the Castro regime. If one identifies that as assassination planning, I don't think that that's a proper description of it. And if somebody will come forth with all the items that are supposed to have been in that planning, I'd be delighted to hear them.
Well, they identify here one period beginning prior to August 1960. That's the first one. And the second one is August 1960 to April of 61. The third being April of 61 to late 61.
Aren't those all the same one?
Well, that's my question for you. The Inspector General seemed to distinguish between the various phases here. And according to your testimony before us, is this what you were referring to? Is this what you're calling one that they call 5?
That's right. I became involved with this business sometime in 1962 after I took over as DDP. I've forgotten in exactly what month. Anything prior to that I didn't have anything to do with. I would assume this was this one plot, but maybe there are others. But if they are, and all the time I spent with the church committee and all the time I've spent testifying endlessly for the last 3 or 4 years, it seems to me, about these matters, I haven't had anything else brought to my attention. And if you gentlemen have something, I'd like to know it, but I don't know what it is, and I'm sorry I can't help.
Well, did you take issue with this report at the time it was issued 11 years ago?
Mr. Dodd, when I got this report, I had some problems with respect to reporting to President Johnson about certain points that he was particularly interested in with respect to this report. I did not attempt to parse it or analyze it or get it changed or to do anything with it except to use it as a fact-finding document. And I want to say right now that I never expected to see the document in the public domain declassified for the appetites of all those who wanted to make the most of it. And therefore, if I had known this, I obviously would have edited the report and changed it rather substantially, put it in the hands of the lawyers, and had it entirely rewritten.
Well, I'd say to you, Mr. Helms, with all due respect, it's not being put into evidence to satisfy the voracious appetites of anyone, but merely to try and clear up a point that we're trying to resolve here. And I hope you'd understand.
What is the point you'd like to resolve?
Well, as someone who's just confronted, I'm not an expert in these matters, but I read your transcript, and you said the only assassination plot that had any semblance of substance was the one involving a couple of mafia chiefs.
And that's what I believe to this day.
Okay, and I'm confronted with this document, an Inspector General's report, which was not written to satisfy the appetites of anyone. I presume it was a classified document. It says we can identify 5 separate phases. I'm merely asking you if you could clarify that in light of the earlier statement. That's the only purpose that this is being brought into testimony.
I'm sorry, but for example, it says here, that particular scheme. Which scheme? Is this the mafia thing that we're talking about?
That's correct.
I assume it is, and was again pushed vigorously in the era of Mongoose and in the climate of intense administration pressure on CIA to do something about Castro and his Cuba. Late 1962 and well into 63. Are we talking about the same mafia thing here as well? I mean, if that's a lot of plots, I regard as one and the same operation. And if I'm misleading you in some fashion or not...
Maybe I can help you. Is it one and the same in your mind because it involved Cuba and Fidel Castro? Since that was one and the same entity, that any efforts that were made to unsettle that might have been one effort.
The only one that I know about that was serious or that seemed to have been taken seriously was the one involving Roselli and Harvey. There were, as I believe the church committee brought out, there were found some, a suit, a wetsuit, a clamshell, various things that were on the shelf in the agency that were regarded as things that might be used in possibly killing Castro or being used against him, which never came off the shelf, were never used. If that's a plot to have created this, then I will back up and say that then we ought to enumerate every single item that conceivably had to do with the invasions of Cuba, which we were constantly running. Under the government aegis, we had task forces that were striking at Cuba constantly. We were attempting to blow up power plants. We were attempting to ruin sugar mills. We were attempting to do all kinds of things during this period. This was a matter of American government policy. This wasn't the CIA. If those things taper over into assassination plots, maybe so, but I find the semantics in the English incendiary, but not very clear, and not very clarifying, and not very specific, that's all.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that JFK Exhibit 527 be entered into the record at this time.
Without objection, 527 is entered in the record at this point.
Mr. Helms, did John McCone, who was former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, as your immediate supervisor and as the director of Central Intelligence, know about these? I gather you don't care for the word assassination plots, and I'm trying to find some words semantically that you and I can agree on here. Let's call them efforts to, shall we say, get rid of Fidel Castro. How's that?
All right.
Does that satisfy you?
Fine.
All right. Did John McCone know about the agency's efforts to get rid of Fidel Castro?
Well, he certainly was on top of all the operations that we mounted against Cuba. He was in the vanguard of this. He attended all the committee meetings. He pushed certainly as hard as anyone in the administration to see if we couldn't topple the Castro regime. I believe that he has testified to the effect that he did not know of what he called a specific effort to kill Castro personally. I don't know whether he knew about it or not. I will accept his word. I have no reason to argue with him about it. There was a big flare-up at the time of the church committee hearings over whether I had told McCone about this or whether I had told Harvey not to say anything about it. I don't have any clear recollection anymore of the events surrounding that particular detail, so I can't help with it. I mean, I'd be glad to if I could.
So you don't know when he would have been informed?
No, and then I believe he had Mr. Elder, who was his executive assistant.
I'm having a hard time hearing. I apologize.
I'm sorry. Am I not close enough?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. During the church committee hearings, Mr. Elder, who was his executive assistant, swore out an affidavit that he had been instructed by McCone to tell me that anything smacking of assassination was not permissible to Mr. McCone. Mr. Elder gave this testimony under oath. I never had any conversation with Mr. Elder like that I ever recall. As I've said on previous occasions and on the record, I had a great regard for Mr. McCone. He was my boss. I would have no desire whatever if he had expressed himself in this fashion through one of his subordinates to me, that I wouldn't have remembered it. I think I would have remembered it. So the issue is unresolved.
For the purposes of clarity, can we talk about these efforts to get rid of Fidel Castro in terms of pre-Bay of Pigs and post-Bay of Pigs? I think for our purposes that might be of some help.
Certainly.
Now, is it your testimony that Mr. McCone, I guess you said you didn't know, but let me restate it again and then you can answer again. Did I understand you to say that Mr. McCone, it's to your knowledge, you're not sure whether he knew about either the pre-Bay of Pigs or the post-Bay of Pigs efforts, or that he knew about the pre-Bay of Pigs and didn't know about the post-Bay of Pigs, or that he knew about both?
I thought that on one occasion I told him about the pre-Bay of Pigs episode because my recollection is that something appeared in a newspaper, I think it was in the Chicago Sun-Times, about it, and I went and spoke to him about it and told him what was involved. As to the post-Bay of Pigs, I don't know what he knew. You know, Mr. Dodd, I'm not looking for refuge in these matters. I'm prepared to stand here and take my beating in any form that you gentlemen want to administer it.
Well, that's an assumption. We're not out to beat anyone, I hear. We're just trying to get it.
Well, I'm delighted to hear you say that. But let me just explain that as director of the agency, Mr. McCone had every opportunity to find out anything in the agency that he wanted to find out. He had an inspection staff, he had executive assistants, he had all kinds of people around him. So what he knew and what he didn't know on any given day, I can't possibly attest to. But I do want to make the point that nobody was stopping him from finding out anything he wanted to find out.
Well, in the church committee report, which I have marked here, JFK Exhibit 539, reading at the bottom down here, Mr. McCone, this is with regard to McCone's testimony. McCone testified that he was not aware of the plots to assassinate Castro, which took place during the years in which he was DCI, Director of Central Intelligence, and that he did not authorize those plots. He testified that he was not briefed about the assassination plots by Dulles, Bissell, Helms, or anyone else when he succeeded Dulles as director in November of 1961. Do you take issue with that?
No, I'm not going to take issue with it. That would simply end up in a lengthy hassle between me and Mr. McCone, and I've got better ways to spend my time.
So you would agree with Mr. McCone's testimony that he was not briefed?
I have no basis for agreeing or disagreeing, Mr. Dutt.
Can you think of any reason why you might not have briefed him?
When he came aboard as director, I was not the deputy director of plans. It was Mr. Bissell who was the deputy director of plans, and Alan Dulles was the director. And Alan Dulles left, McCone took his place, and Bissell continued on for a time as deputy director of plans. What he told Mr. McCone, I have no way of knowing, sir.
When you became deputy director of plans in 1962, can you think of any reason why you would not have told Mr. McCone?
The episode, the pre-Bay of Pigs episode you're speaking about, I did talk to him about one day, I know.
So you did inform him of the pre-Bay of Pigs efforts?
That was not, though, when he came aboard in 1961. It was post that, so I suppose if you parse his statement, the statement is accurate.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this statement here, JFK Exhibit 539, be entered in the record at this time.
Without objection, Exhibit 529 is entered in. record at this point.
Do you recall when you would have told Mr. McCone, if I told you August 3rd, or August rather, 1963 is when Mr. McCone believes that he was informed by you of the pre-Bay of Pigs efforts. Would you argue with that date at all?
Is that when that story came out in the Sun Times? Because that's the only thing that I can key it to, Mr.
That's what he states, and I just wondered if you'd argue with that.
No, I wouldn't argue. Certainly not.
Mr. Chairman, that's JFK 538, and we'll ask that be entered in the record at this time as well.
Without objection, Exhibit 538.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Is
538.
Admitted into evidence at this point.
Now, he states, and as I mentioned to you earlier, that, and I'm looking here at 538 as well here, McCone testified that he did not know about or authorize the plots. Helms, Bissell, and Harvey all testified that they did not know whether McCone knew of the assassination plots. Each said, however, that he did not tell McCone of the assassination efforts, either when McCone assumed the position of DCI in November of '61 or at any time thereafter until August 1963. So that would have been the first time that Mr. McCone was aware of any of these efforts.
I think that's plausible. I can't, that's all right. I mean, I can accept that.
And these would have been the efforts that were pre-Bay of Pigs.
That's my recollection of that particular episode, yeah.
Did you ever yourself, I guess you stated earlier you did not, you never talked with anyone on the Warren Commission or on its staff about any of these efforts to get rid of Castro or to overthrow the Cuban government?
But I might point out, in fairness to all concerned, that was not my function in those days, that if anybody was going to be briefing the Warren Commission about ongoing operations of any kind in the CIA, it would have been the director, or with the director's authority.
Did you ever personally inform the Warren Commission or its staff about or anyone that would have had access to the staff about knowledge of these plots at all? In other words, you talked to no one really about it, any connection whatsoever with the Warren Commission?
Not that I know of, no.
I'd like to, if I could, refer to page 17, and I hope we have the same copies and page numbers, but page 17 of the now declassified August 9th executive session testimony that you gave before the committee. Do you have that?
Yes, I have the page 17 now.
Okay. Let me, and you can read along with me. At the very top, it's Mr. Helms responding to a question by Mr. Goldsmith.
Excuse me, sir, did you say you wanted me to read it?
No, I'll read along with you. On the bottom of page 16, Mr. Goldsmith's question is, did the agency's investigation reflect any working hypotheses? By that, did the agency give any particular emphasis to the particular areas, geographic areas? And you respond here, I think that the entire United States government, not only the CIA, was very concerned as to whether there would be evidence of some foreign conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. They were concerned whether the Soviets were involved in this. They were concerned whether the Cubans were involved in this. They were concerned that somebody may have been involved in it. And then dropping down to the next paragraph, the second sentence, there is hardly any question. There was more discussed during those days as to who was behind Lee Harvey Oswald, if indeed he was the man who was responsible. What had affected his life, why had he done the things he had done, and so forth. And then dropping down to the last paragraph here, on this page, beginning with a sentence, I think if the chair would indulge me a minute, I would like to make a comment about the various investigations into the assassination of President Kennedy based on the long years I have spent in the intelligence business. And that is, and here's the part, until the day that the KGB in Moscow or the Cuban intelligence in Havana is prepared to turn over their files to the U.S. as to what their relationships to these various people were, it is going to be extraordinarily difficult to tidy up this case. The thing I'd like to raise a question with you here is it seemed to me from your statement there that the question of possible Cuban complicity was, according to your testimony, on the minds of a lot of people. This was not something that came up later, but right at the very time those questions were on your mind. Is that correct? In fact, according to your testimony this morning, you said in response to a question from Chairman Stokes that you certainly were aware that the alleged assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, had spent time, sought a visa at the Cuban embassy in Mexico. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that the alleged assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, had lived for more than 2 years in the Soviet Union?
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
And you were aware that Lee Harvey Oswald had attempted, or had rather passed out fair play for Cuba materials in New Orleans? That's correct?
I believe it is.
Well,
WFCI.
In light of all of that knowledge, in light of the obvious interest and emphasis that the entire U.S. government had on the possible activities of the Cuban government, in light of the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald, with your knowledge at the time, after the fact, had engaged in these activities, why didn't you want to tell the Warren Commission, or why didn't you tell the Warren Commission about the efforts to get rid of Fidel Castro or to overthrow the Cuban government?
But Mr. Dodd, you're singling me out as to why I didn't march up and tell the Warren Commission when these operations against Cuba were known to the Attorney General of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, the President of the United States himself, although he at that point was dead. I mean, all kinds of people knew about these operations high up in the government. Now, why am I singled out as the fellow that should have gone up and identified a government operation to get rid of Castro? And it was a government-wide operation supported by the Defense Department, supported by the National Security Council, supported by almost everybody in high position in the government.
Well, according to earlier testimony, you made note of the fact, and I think the record indicates that the Attorney General had asked that they be stopped, and I presume was told they would be, so as far as he was concerned, they had ended.
What, some connection with the mafia? But the efforts to unseat Castro under Mongoose had gone on full blast under the Attorney General's direction. And we'd had the Cuban Missile Crisis in October of 1962. And if the Cuban Missile Crisis, with the connivance of Fidel Castro with the Soviet leaders, had been a success, those missiles would have been introduced into Cuba, and the United States would have been hostage to the military might of the Soviet Union. It would have been the coup of the century. In December 1963, the brigade comes back from the Bay of Pigs, having been bought off by the Attorney General and various others with drug supplies and so forth. President Kennedy went to the Orange Bowl in Miami, greeted them in 1963, and assured them, and this may not be an exact quote, but it's pretty close, "I will return this banner to this brigade in a free Havana." Those operations went on nonstop during 1963. Now, if that doesn't indicate that there was some bad blood between President Kennedy and Fidel Castro, I don't know what does.
All right, but my point is this, that according to your testimony, Mr. McCone was not aware of the post-Bay of Pigs efforts and attempts. Robert Kennedy, the then Attorney General, had asked that all activities such as that be stopped. Mr. McCone is not aware. I can't ask you why they might not have, if others, that is they being others who had knowledge of this, didn't communicate it to the Warren Commission. But as I read your Executive Committee testimony, you felt you had not the link with the Warren Commission, but had a very active role in communicating with the Warren Commission. It doesn't help me in trying to understand why you wouldn't have made that information available and known to the Warren Commission.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't.
In retrospect, you think it was relevant and should have been communicated?
In retrospect, Mr. Dodd, I would have done a lot of things very differently. And I'd like also to point out something, since we're so deeply into this. When one government is trying to upset another government and the operation is successful, people get killed, I don't know whether they're assassinated or whether they're killed in a coup. We had one recently in Afghanistan. The head of the Afghan government was killed. Was he assassinated or was he killed in a coup? I don't know. These semantics are all great. I simply want to say that there isn't a chief of state or a chief of government in the world today who is not aware of the fact that his life is in jeopardy. He takes every possible precaution to guard himself. And the relevance of one plot or another plot and its effect on the course of events, I would have a very hard time assessing, and I think you would too. And suppose that I had gone down and told them and had said, yes, you know, we tried to do this, how would it have altered the outcome of the Warren Commission proceedings?
Well, wasn't that really for the Warren Commission to determine that?
I think that is absolutely correct, but they didn't have that chance, apparently.
That's right. Prior to the
But I don't want to take the sole blame for the fact they didn't take that chance.
No, I'm not asking you to assume...
Well, the implication of the hearing is that.
Well, you have to take these things in entire context. This isn't the only hearing we're having. Prior to the issuance of the Warren Commission's report, did the agency at any time have any documents or other information which might have indicated that Mr. Castro may have known about some of these efforts to get rid of him?
I don't know that. I've heard these allegations flying around. I don't know whether they're accurate or not accurate. I've heard of allegations of newspaper stories that Mr. Castro knew he didn't know. Eminent senators of the United States have taxed me with the fact that they knew that Castro knew that Mr. Cabela was a double agent. Then Mr. Cabela gets up in Havana not long ago and says that Mr. Castro didn't know that he was a double agent. Then Mr. Castro testifies to this committee, I believe, that he didn't know he had any connections with the CIA. Who's right in all this?
That's what we're trying to find out.
Yeah, well, I can't contribute anything.
Was there any effort to investigate whether or not Castro or the Cuban government was aware of these efforts?
Well, I think that we used what few resources we had in Cuba, but after all, you must remember that the whole object of this exercise at the time was to get intelligence on Cuba of any kind, and it was turning out to be extraordinarily difficult, and the United States government made a major effort to get intelligence on Cuba during this period of months.
And I'm not in any way trying to be harassing at all, Mr. Helms, when I ask these questions, but you stated that earlier that there were other people that were aware of these efforts to get rid of Castro, and that they might have had a responsibility as well to communicate that effort to the Warren Commission.
Well, they might have communicated to the Warren Commission the operations that were being run against Cuba, which were certainly as would be known and were telling and were advertised to the Cubans because people began getting arrested. I mean, task forces would land, the people would be arrested. I have no doubt they were interrogated. Therefore, Castro knew that these efforts were being made against him. Now, if you want to single out the assassination plot involving the mafia as one thing, and you want to circumscribe it and separate it from all these other things, that exactly who knew about that and who might have told the Warren Commission, I'm not dead certain.
All right, well, you're moving away from me a bit here. The reason I was asking, I wanted to try and determine, if I could, in your own mind, as to whether or not there was was it a conscious decision on your part not to inform the Warren Commission, or was it just something that you didn't think should be done at the time?
It never occurred to me. We never talked to anybody outside the agency about covert operations of any kind. That perhaps was a mistake, except to the Senate and House committees to whom we reported.
But as I understand your statement earlier, you believe today that that was a mistake.
Oh, I think it was a mistake, no doubt about it. I think that we should have shoved the whole thing over. I would have backed up a truck and taken all the documents down and put them on the Warren Commission's desk.
I noticed in your executive testimony, and earlier today in previous testimony, it was your position that the agency gave the Warren Commission information really only in response to the Commission's requests.
Basically, that was the case. I imagine that if anything came into the agency which seemed to be of fundamental interest to them, we would have volunteered it. But basically, we felt that our role was to respond to Warren Commission requests and not to try and get out in front of the agency or to try and second-guess them or anything else. I mean, of the Commission, I'm sorry.
But fundamentally, it was on a request basis, not on, you weren't necessarily volunteering information.
That's right.
I'd like, if I could, to refer you to JFK Exhibit F520. And I'd ask the clerk to give Mr. Helms a copy of that exhibit, if you have one in front of you there. This exhibit, Mr. Helms, is dated May 11th, 1964. It's a memorandum that was prepared for your review. The subject of the memorandum is information regarding Lee Harvey Oswald provided to the CIA by a Cuban defector.
Which part of it, Mr. Dodd, would you like me to look at?
Well, do you recall the document? Is this, looking at it, does this refresh your memory?
I better look at it a little more carefully. I don't.
All right.
I have no doubt it's in my packet of papers, but
Mr. Helms is reading the document right now. I really don't know what it is. I've never seen this particular document about a Cuban defector's information about Oswald.
Oh, you know, there was, I'm not sure whether this is the same thing, but there was a Cuban intelligence operative in Mexico City who supposedly said that Oswald told...
Yes, sir, I've been through it now.
All right, and you recognize this as a memorandum that was prepared for your review?
Yes.
And it does involve information regarding Lee Harvey Oswald provided to the CIA by a Cuban defector?
Yes.
All right. I will read paragraphs 3 and 4 here if you want to follow along with me. Beginning in paragraph 3, we have the problem of reconciling the operational exploitation of blank, the name having been sanitized here, and satisfying the responsibilities we have undertaken with Mr. Rankin. Blank is such an operational gold mine that Mr. Blank wants at a maximum 2 months to work fully. It is palpable, however, that we must furnish to the Commission the substance of blank, it looks like, I think there. And then paragraph 4, it is recommended that the DDP in person or via a designee, preferably the former, discuss the blank situation on a very restricted basis with Mr. Rankin at his earliest convenience, either at the agency or at the Commission headquarters. Until this takes place, it is not desirable to put anything in writing. Doesn't this language here indicate that, in this particular instance anyway, the agency was contemplating volunteering this defector's information to the Warren Commission without a specific request from the Commission itself?
Yeah, I think that's right, sir. That's what it looks like to me.
And in fact, well, let me ask you this. Why did you feel in this case that the Commission should be privy to this information? Why did you volunteer this information?
Well, I can only assume from reading this, since I don't have any independent recollection of exactly what this defector was saying, was that it was so obvious to all of us that it would be of interest to the work of the Commission that we wanted to get it in their hands. And in saying earlier today that we reacted most of the time in response to questions, I didn't mean to imply that we never volunteered anything, particularly if it seemed that the Commission ought to have it. At least in our judgment, it seemed that the Commission ought to have it.
I noticed earlier today, too, in response to Mr. Stokes' question, you voluntarily went, I presume it was voluntarily, to the Chief Justice at the time and communicated to him your feelings about the reliability of Hsca testimony with regard to Oswald.
Yes, sir, it certainly was voluntary because we were very concerned at the time.
These were pieces of information that the Warren Commission would not on its own have had access to as a result of their own work.
I think that's correct.
And certainly it was, I presume as well, a conscious decision on the part of the agency and yourself that both of these pieces of information were relevant, in fact, to the investigation by the Commission.
That's correct, Mr. Dodd.
I've come back again, and Mr. Helms, I suppose it's constant difficulty I have. I can see and appreciate why you would feel that the defector's information was relevant. I can certainly see why the question of the reliability of Mr. Nosenko with regard to his information with regard to Oswald was relevant. And I have this terrible problem of trying to understand why, albeit today you recognize it was a mistake, but why when you, back in 1964 here, recognized the relevancy of those two pieces of information, there was a lack of understanding as to the relevancy of attempts on our part to destabilize or to get rid of Fidel Castro as not being relevant. That's the difficulty I have.
I can understand your difficulty, Mr. Dodd, and I'm just sorry it's an untidy world.
Other than the anti-Castro assassination plots, was there any other information pertaining to a possible mode, or means, or opportunity to kill the president that the Warren Commission was not told that you're aware of?
I'm sorry, I don't get the...
Well, other than the assassination plots, we know about the defector. He volunteered that. We had the voluntary turning over of the opinion with regard to Nosenko. We know today that we didn't turn over relevant information with regard to these efforts to get rid of Castro. Are there other things, I'm asking you for today, that you can recall that might have been of importance, of relevancy to the Commission's efforts in 1964 in investigating the death of an American president, the assassination of an American president?
Well, I don't know of any others. If they're... I can't think of what they might have been, but then we might have been guilty of some other errors of omission. I don't know. None come readily to mind, and this didn't come readily to mind at the time.
Did you ever inform, I gather you said earlier you informed President Johnson of the anti-Castro or the efforts to get rid of Castro? Johnson was aware of that?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when he would have become aware of that?
I guess he became aware of it when I told him, although I believe there were some allegations in a column by Drew Pearson, or from... yes, I think that's correct, that there was a column by Drew Pearson, and then maybe some lawyer in town, friend of his, made some mention of this to President Johnson. And it was responsive to this inquiry from him that I gave him the information.
And he was told specifically about the CIA's efforts to get rid of Castro?
Yes, he was.
Was he told specifically about the CIA organized crime connection?
That's the thing we were talking about. As for the operations to get rid of Castro, they were ongoing even in his administration.
Was President Johnson specifically told about... let me ask you when that would have been. If I think in your executive testimony you said May 10th, 1967.
If that's what I said in the executive testimony, I believe that to be the correct date on which I did this. That is my belief. I did my best to reconstruct when it was in recent times. If it is a mistake, it's a mistake, but it's an honest one. It was my recollection of when I did this.
And is it further your testimony that President Johnson was aware of the so-called Amlash plot?
I believe I gave him what I recollect is a good fill-in on what we were trying to do. And the Amlash operation was an operation, a political action operation, an effort to get a political grouping together which could unseat Castro. I recognized that in one of the documents, because I noticed it the other day in this group of documents, some officer in the Cuban operations testified to the fact that that was referred to consistently in the group as an assassination operation. That is not my recollection of the case. It was not an assassination operation or designed for that purpose. And I think that I do know what I'm talking about here, but there are other witnesses to that. Mr. Fitzgerald is dead, but there are other gentlemen who worked with him at the time.
But you would, based on your earlier testimony, it's semantics we have trouble with.
If you're the target, it's a great deal of difference whether somebody is thinking about doing something to you 10 miles from here and actually doing something to you. And if I don't mean to indulge too much in semantics, but it's a question of whether anything ever happened or not.
Well, that's not really the question. At this point here, we're talking about what was planned to have happened.
Well, you see, the Amlash operation was designed to try and get this man to organize a political action operation and a military operation to get rid of Castro. It was he who kept saying that the fastest way to do this is to kill the man. But this didn't mean that the agency was interested in that aspect of the thing, and the primary reason for being in touch with him was quite the opposite. We were trying to do various things to rein him in.
It wasn't suggested that there be a democratic election to unseat Castro.
I should say not, but if you go through the records of those years, you will find it was the whole United States government was behind this one.
Well, could you distinguish this one then from the other ones? You didn't really want to characterize these other efforts as assassination plots or efforts to single out and get rid of Castro. This one you describe as more of a political operation. I'm having a difficult time then distinguishing the earlier ones, if they are to be distinguished.
Well, I think it goes back, Mr. Dodd, to what I was saying a few minutes ago. The one government mounts operations to unseat another government. At what point does what word become what word? It's you are trying to unseat them, and you're trying to unseat them by the means at your disposal. And some may be shooting with guns. Other may be that they will take off and go to the hills. Others may be that you can arrest them and put them in jail. But you know this as well as I do. This is the history of the world. There are coups constantly going on. All I'm trying to say is the United States government had a policy for many months of trying to mount a coup against Fidel Castro.
I'd like to draw your attention to a JFK Exhibit 527, and I'd ask the clerk to show the witness, Mr. Helms, a copy of this exhibit. Mr. Helms, for your purpose, as I bring it over to you, this is a page 94 out of the CIA's 1967 Inspector General's report.
I have page 94 here. It's all about, let me put on my glasses, folks.
Well, it's about Amlash. That is the plot which some have said was another Castro assassination plot utilizing a Cuban named Rolando Cubello.
And a pen.
And a pen. And the last meeting in Amlash took place in Paris on the day that President Kennedy was assassinated.
The pen,
you have a copy of it?
The pen was given
yes, I
to
do. I think this
Amlash.
is correct. Is this about the Amlash meeting it says up at the
There
top?
you go. That's the proper one. Again, just to make sure I understood, your statement and testimony was that you didn't consider Amlash to be an assassination plot, or it was more of a political
That's right.
operation. Okay. But now, let me read, if I can, this section here where you identified the document. Excuse me. And I'm reading what is underlined here, and I think for the purpose of the record, it's important to note that the underlining was done by the Inspector General. This was not done by the committee. It is likely that at the very moment President Kennedy was shot, a CIA officer was meeting with a Cuban agent in Paris and giving him an assassination device for use against Castro. Now, I read this, and again, I'm reading from the same report that we read from earlier. They're calling it an assassination device. Are we getting semantical here again, or is...
No, I think the device that was a hypodermic with some kind of poison in it that...
I'm having a hard time again, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Helms.
sorry.
I apologize.
I believe it was a hypodermic syringe they'd given him with something called black leaf number 40 in it. This was in response to Amlash's request that he be provided some sort of a device whereby he could kill Castro. He returned this device to the case officer. The case officer brought it back to Washington, and that was the end of the plot.
Okay, but for purposes of discussion, the officer gave this Cuban, this agent in Paris, a device with that material you described in it, I presume the material, if injected into a human being, would kill him. Is that correct?
I would think so, yes.
So the agent gives the Cuban agent the device to kill somebody.
I'm sorry he didn't give him a pistol, because it would have made the whole thing a lot simpler and less exotic.
Well, whether it's a pistol or a needle, if Amlash is a political plot to destabilize the government, what in the blazes are we giving an agent a device that will kill Castro with for if it's not an assassination plot?
Well, if you want to have it that way, why don't you just have it that way?
Well, I don't want, it's not a question of what I want.
I think it is what you want, Mr. Dodd.
Mr. Helms, I'm reading to you from reports here, prepared at your request by the Inspector General.
I understand
I'm not
that.
fabricating this or creating out of all mine.
I understand that.
I'm quoting.
I understand that.
Well, it's not a question of what I want. It's a question of what this committee would like to know, and the committee is not satisfied, I don't believe at this point, as to exactly what the characterization of Amlash was.
Well, I've told you what I believe the characterization of Amlash to be.
Well, how does that jive with this?
If because we gave him a gun or a hypodermic syringe or whatever the case may be at his request because he had aims on Castro, if that is your definition of an assassination plot, then have it that way. That's quite satisfactory with me.
But it is your characterization that would not be.
My characterization. He didn't accept the weapon, he gave it back. If we'd given him a gun and he'd given it back, there was no way that he was going to make for an assassination or a murder with that particular device, was there?
Well, it's not a question so much of what he wanted to do, it's what we were trying to do. That's important, I think, in the context of the Warren Commission. That's what I'm driving at.
Is it important? I thought you had Mr. Cabela testifying that they never even knew he was in touch with the CIA, so how is it relevant even to the hearings of this committee, let alone the Warren Commission?
Well, I would suggest to you that it might be relevant if, in fact, Mr. Castro were aware of the fact that we were engaging in an activity designed to cause his early demise.
Well, if he didn't know it, he could have guessed it.
To the best of your knowledge, Mr. Helms, was the Amlash operation what I guess is called in-house jargon a secure operation where there were not any leaks, to your knowledge?
The allegations, I believe, have been made that by some officer connected with it that he felt there had been leaks.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word. You're who?
I say the allegation, I believe, has been made by some officer connected with the operation that there were leaks, that it was not a secure operation. The merits of that allegation I do not know. I know that the Senate committee seemed to feel that this was the case and that I believe they came to the conclusion that it was a double agent operation. I never believed that it was a double agent operation. I am now supported by Mr. Castro and Mr. Cabela. I don't know whether that support gives me any solace or not.
Just a second ago you said that even if he didn't know, he could have guessed anyway. Is that?
Sure.
Well, you may be aware then, and I'd share with you. By the way, I'd ask, Mr. Chairman, that JFK Exhibit 527 be entered into the record at this point.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Helms, I'd like to show you JFK Exhibit 512. This is an affidavit that was prepared by an individual who no longer works with the agency. And the name at the top is a fictitious name. It's not his real name.
Known in the jargon, Mr. Dodd, as a cryptonym.
A cryptonym. Well, the name at the top, Joseph H. Langosh, is a cryptonym. This individual is a person who had extensive experience in counterintelligence matters related to CIA operations against Cuba. In fact, quoting from his background here, he worked for the agency from 1955 to 1968. And during 1963, he functioned in two capacities as a CIA officer, the first capacity being as Special Assistant to the Chief of the Special Affairs Staff, and the second capacity being as the Chief of Counterintelligence for the Special Affairs Staff. During 1963, the Special Affairs Staff was the CIA staff responsible for CIA operations directed against the government of Cuba and the Cuban intelligence services. And that as Chief of the Counterintelligence for the Special Affairs Staff, he was responsible for safeguarding the Special Affairs Staff against penetration by foreign intelligence services, particularly the Cuban intelligence service. So he was directly involved here. On page 4.
He's the man I was talking about a few moments ago when I said that somebody identified with the operation made the allegation that this was known as an assassination plot.
I had the feeling that this might have been the same individual you were talking about.
I don't believe that this gentleman...
I'm sorry, I keep on hating to ask you.
The gentleman may have heard somebody say this, but I hadn't heard anybody say it, and I've had occasion to ask if this was the common talk in the SAS staff from someone else who was there in a high position. I'm told it was not, so I don't know the merits of the case. I have no reason to put the man down on his affidavit, but on the other hand, this wasn't my understanding of it.
Well, for the purpose of the record, for the other committee members who may not be aware of his statement here, this one affidavit, he says here, quoting from paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 of this, that the Amlash operation might have been an insecure operation prior to the assassination of President Kennedy, because it was highly possible that as of 1962, the Cuban intelligence services had knowledge of the CIA's association with persons involved in the Amlash operation, including Amlash 1, also known as Blank, and that the information which led me to doubt the security of the Amlash operation prior to the assassination of President Kennedy was available to senior-level CIA officials, including Desmond Fitzgerald. And the last paragraph being here, that the Amlash operation prior to the assassination of President Kennedy was characterized by the Special Affairs Staff, Desmond Fitzgerald, and other senior CIA officials as an assassination operation initiated and sponsored by the Central Intelligence Agency.
It interests me that a man who is so close to Mr. Fitzgerald spells his name wrong.
I'm sorry?
I say it interests me that an officer who was so close to Mr. Fitzgerald spells his name wrong.
Well, how do you correctly spell a name?
It's a capital G.
All right. That may not be his fault. That may be the stenographer's fault.
But he's got all kinds of initials in the margin here in which he made certain corrections. He would have had an opportunity to make that correction, too, I would have thought.
I will take note of that. That's obviously you've had some experience in intelligence work.
You know, Mr. Dodd...
I want to comment as well. My question, would you like to comment on this?
It's an interesting fact that this committee knows more about the truth of the assertions than I do, because you've talked to Cuban officials. The meeting in Cuba at which Cabela testified has occurred within the last 2 or 3 months, and I imagine that in the 2 trips that this committee has made to Havana, at least the newspapers tell me it's been 2 trips, you've had a chance maybe to satisfy yourselves as to whether the operation was insecure or not. The Cuban position seems to indicate that it was secure, that they didn't know about it. And that's why I say it's interesting. I have nothing to contribute myself. I don't know whether it was insecure or not. I can only tell you, though, that intelligence officers are just as human as most people, and that the fellow who doesn't feel that maybe he was properly appreciated at one time in his career is always glad to get back at them by saying that he was the one that was right and they're the ones that were wrong.
Fine. Well, Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would terminate my line of questioning and turn back the balance of my time. And thank you, Mr. Helms, for...
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Thank you very much.
Well, we weren't sure, Mr. Dodd, that you had any more balance of time, but we do want to thank you for your exhausting questions. And I think the plan here, Mr. Helms, is very soon to go back to the council, but I'm going to exercise the prerogative of the chair because I have a plane that I have to catch, and I want to ask a couple of questions before I leave. Mr. Helms, the fact that Oswald was in possession of information of some sort on U.S. radar equipment and radar operating procedures at the time he defected or attempted to defect to Russia in 1959 is of some interest to us. Some people claim that he might have had knowledge of the U-2 spy plane's performance characteristics as well, although that's less certain. But we are certain, at least, about the radar information. He told a State Department official, as you testified this morning, I believe, in Moscow in 1959, that he intended to give this information to the Soviets. Now my question is, was the CIA aware of Oswald's defection and the extent of his radar training in 1959?
I don't know, Mr. Fithian. My impression was that we first heard of his defection to the Soviet Union through State Department channels. Having been a Marine and therefore a responsibility of the Navy Department, I think the agency would not have gotten very close to Mr. Oswald. They would not have regarded him as part of our responsibility.
So then the agency, though aware, I would presume there is some procedure for Americans, for your handling or someone handling American attempts to defect.
Well, yes, sir. He went to the embassy in Moscow, and the ordinary consuls would have handled this affair.
And you would not then, or the agency would not have been under a routine arrangement, have been alerted by the State Department?
Well, I think we would have heard from the State Department, and I believe that we did hear from the State Department. We would have had no jurisdiction in the case.
Would the agency then not have, as a matter of practice, not have inquired of DOD or someone as to how much damage to our U-2 operation, let's say, theorize, that Oswald might be able to do by defecting?
I don't know. We might have, but I would have thought that the feeling would be that that was the Navy Department's responsibility.
And then is it your best assessment that in all probability the agency did not make any effort to assess the potential damage of Oswald's defection?
I think that's right. In other words, he was another Marine, but what specialty he had or what he had been involved with, I don't think that we would have gone into that unless it had been volunteered to us in some form.
And then the return of a defector to the United States, as Oswald did in 1962, would that trigger an action by the agency to interview him?
Normally it would have, except that he would have been regarded by the agency as a member or a reserve member from the Defense Department, and therefore it would have been up to the Navy to take him over and talk to him.
Now, I thank you for your assessment. I'd like your best guess on this. I doubt that you have any specific information, though you may. Given your work in the whole field of intelligence, is it reasonable for this committee to assume that with Oswald's background and his attempt to defect, that he would be, quote, an uninteresting target, quote, to the KGB?
I simply do not understand that assertion. I would have thought that, to begin with, that any American who went into the Russian government and said, I want to defect to the Soviet Union, would have immediately been taken over by the KGB to find out what his game was. Because after all, the KGB's charter is to protect the Soviet state against infiltration. And how would they know that he was serious about this? How would they know that the CIA hadn't sent him to make a fake defection and try and get into Soviet society through this device? So for that reason, if not for many others, I find it quite incredible that of the assertion by Nosenko that Oswald was never interrogated or was never in touch with the KGB while he was in the Soviet Union. This really stretches one's credulity. And it goes back to the testimony this morning that this is the hardest thing about the whole Nosenko case to swallow. And I haven't been able to swallow it in all these years.
Then my own belief that it's highly improbable that the KGB would have so acted, you wouldn't find that too far off base. Is that what you're saying?
No, in other words, I would have thought they would have grabbed him immediately.
And with all of that, and that is where that's where we sort of come down to, where I come down to, this did not rule out him becoming a bona fide agent as far as the agency was concerned. That is, it did not rule out coming down favorably on his bona fides as far as the agency was concerned.
Well, you see, sir, I don't know whether you were here this morning when we were talking about this.
Yes, I was.
But you know, I realize that the publications are full of sentences saying that the agency considered or made the judgment that Nosenko was bona fide. When we speak about the agency, we're speaking about an organization, and normally, when an organization is going to take a position, the various people in it decide that this is the position that ought to be taken, and there's some record made of this. I don't ever recall having taken a position in writing or a firm final position about Nosenko's bona fides. I did make a decision that he was to be resettled, and I feel that there is no basis for me to waver in my feeling here. When I was talking this morning, I omitted to make a point in connection with that memorandum which I signed off on, and which is a matter of your record here now in the commission hearing, so there's no need to get the document. But in that 2 April memorandum of 1963, which I signed off on, there were various steps outlined in the attachment to the memorandum about the resettling of Nosenko, and I'd like to read step number 5 for the benefit of the committee because I think it's relevant here. It said, when we have favorably resolved disagreement within the agency as to his bona fides, we will allow him his ultimate freedom, including assistance in finding suitable employment. If disagreement persists, however, as to his bona fides beyond the end of this calendar year, we will consult with other appropriate government agencies as to whether he may be allowed full freedom as a normal resident alien or whether the security interests of the United States require his deportation. So I have a note here that I misread the date on the copy I have of the memorandum. It doesn't, maybe my eyesight isn't very good here. 1969 was the date of the memorandum. I'm sorry, I read it's such a bad copy that it's 2 April 1969. In any event, if the agency records do not have in them a memorandum which bears my signature, which says that this agency's position is that Nosenko is bona fide, I think that would bear out my recollection that I never made a final decision on this subject.
My problem, and this is just an opinion rather than a question, Mr. Ambassador, my problem is that as I look over this, I find it extremely difficult, as I've indicated, to accept that to accept Nosenko's story with regard to the KGB activity or non-activity. And I find it almost equally impossible to understand why, in the face of this, which was considered by many the crucial question about Nosenko, why we as a government continue to pay him the kind of money that we went over this morning in testimony. I find, as a matter of fact, I find both of these about equally implausible if I were looking back at this.
I think, sir, that you must realize, Mr. Fithian, that one has difficulty handling these defectors. What do you do with them? I mean, do you put them on welfare? This is really one of the problems, and defectors are encouraged to come to this country because they do have information that is denied to the United States in these closed societies and other ways. They have been very useful in the information they've turned over. I'm told that Mr. Nosenko in certain categories has made a very useful contribution to American intelligence. But if you have the man on your hands, and even if he isn't turning out to be particularly useful, do you want him wandering around as a public charge? I don't think we do. Now, you can get down into the details of whether he's being paid the correct amount or not. I think that's Admiral Turner's responsibility now. I haven't had to do with this matter for 5 years, and I prefer that you ask him if he thinks he's worth it now.
Thank you very much, and I have no further questions, Judge Pryor.
Mr. Goldsmith is recognized for a few additional questions on direct.
Chairman, I wonder if I could ask a question.
Chair recognizes Mr. Blake.
Ambassador Helms, I have not, up until this point, asked questions in our hearings before. I had an occasion several years ago in a public forum to ask a question of Mr. Colby along the lines of what I would like to ask you now, and I wonder if you'd respond to it. You had a conversation with Congressman Dodd in which you discussed the pre-Bay of Pigs plots involving the Mafia and the post-Bay of Pigs involving the Mafia, and you raised some question in your mind as to which of the plots were serious in the sense that they contemplated more than the overthrow of Castro, but more particularly his personal assassination. And I found the factual discussion extremely interesting. Let me change that, if the focus and direction, if I might. Let me ask you a moral question. Not a legal question, not a practical question, but a moral question. Would you tell me and the members of this committee and maybe the American people, what possibly could have been the moral justification for the CIA entering into an alliance with the Mafia?
There was none.
To execute the president.
I have
of a foreign
apologized
country.
for this. I can't do any more than apologize on public television that it was an error in judgment on my part. There was great pressure on us at the time to try and find connections in Cuba. That for my part in this, and to the extent that I had anything to do with it, I was heart sorry. I can't do more than apologize.
I understand you correctly to say is that there was no moral justification for it.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Goldsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that Mr. Helms be shown JFK F518. And I state for the record that F518 is a partial summary of a conversation involving a woman named Luisa Calderon, who was identified as having possible connections with DGI, Cuban intelligence. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission to the record of this exhibit.
Without objection, the exhibit is ordered admitted into the record at this time.
Mr. Helms, this document was provided to the committee from the CIA, and it describes a conversation which raises the possibility that a woman affiliated with DGI, Cuban intelligence, knew about the assassination before it occurred. In other words, it suggests the possibility of foreknowledge. I want to be very clear that the committee is not indicating that this definitely does indicate foreknowledge. It simply raises the possibility of foreknowledge. Do you recall having this conversation ever being brought to your attention?
I really can't remember. I just don't have any idea. I imagine it would have been brought to my attention, and I imagine that we would have tried to follow up to find out what it meant, but I don't have any personal recollection of it.
Do you know whether this particular information was ever communicated to the Warren Commission?
I have no idea.
Do you think that it should have been?
I would have thought that it would have been one of the things that would have been reported to them, but I don't have any specific knowledge that it was. Does it not show up in the Warren Commission reports?
Again, Mr. Helms, I'm not in a position to answer questions.
I'm sorry. I won't ask you any more questions, Mr. Goldsmith.
I appreciate that. Did the agency ever conduct an investigation to determine whether Lee Harvey Oswald had been connected with the CIA?
Yes, and I believe that Mr. McCone presented to the Warren Commission a sworn affidavit saying that he had no formal connection with the CIA of any kind. I gather that through the years, a couple of people have been identified who had once thought that maybe the agency should have some kind of a contact with Lee Harvey Oswald, but to the best of my knowledge, no contact was made. In any event, he was not an agent of the CIA, and I was horrified this morning to have Mr. Blakey, as a part of this commission's work, coming out with the allegation at this late date that he had some identification with the agency. Can't this ever be put to rest? What does it take to put it? Excuse me, I'm asking you a question. I will rephrase it. I would hope that at some juncture, someone would find some means of putting this allegation to rest.
Mr. Helms, what did the agency's investigation involve when it was looking into this matter?
As far as I know, anybody that, well, we have records for one thing in the agency, and then on top of that, I have the recollection that various people were asked whether they knew anything about Oswald, that had any connection with him. People like the officers in the contact division. Did you ever interview Lee Harvey Oswald? People that would have in the CE staff and so forth. I don't remember the exact details. 15 years later, it would be implausible for me to remember exactly what, but I can assure you that we would not have asked or suggested or allowed Mr. McCone to swear out an affidavit, present it to the Warren Commission, unless we believe the affidavit to be truthful.
Was a written report filed summarizing the results of the agency's investigation?
I don't know.
Well, do you think one should have been filed?
I don't think so.
Why not, sir?
I don't have any idea why it should have. If it manifested itself in the affidavit that Mr. McCone swore out, isn't that enough evidence of the agency's position? I don't know how much evidence you need.
Are the agency's files sufficiently accurate to resolve that issue?
I don't know. You know, after this inquiry today, I'm reminded of the fact that back in the days of the Continental Congress, that intelligence, espionage, and counterespionage was conducted by committees of the Continental Congress. I think maybe the best thing to do would be to return secret intelligence to the aegis of the United States Congress and let you fellas run it.
Mr. Helms, did the agency ever have an operational interest in Lee Harvey Oswald?
Not that I'm aware of.
I would ask that the witness be shown JFK F526. And I would ask you to read that. For the record, this is a memorandum dated 25 November 1963.
Mr. Helms is reading the memorandum. It may be one of those memoranda contemplating the contacting of Lee Harvey Oswald as a source of information.
I glanced at this memorandum. I haven't read it in great detail. Who wrote it? Oh, excuse me, I mustn't ask you
You're asking me who wrote it?
I'm supposed to take anonymous memorandum and make judgments on them. I'll do the best I can.
I might add this is a sanitized document, and I would hope you would not want me to indicate who wrote it. Referring your attention to the first paragraph, it makes reference to the laying of interviews.
Beg your pardon?
The first paragraph makes reference to the laying of interviews in reference to Lee Harvey Oswald. And my question is, does the language in this memorandum suggest that at the very least the possibility of a contact with Oswald was contemplated?
The memorandum doesn't say anything about a contact.
Does the memorandum make reference to the laying of interviews?
To the what?
To the laying of interviews.
Yes, it says, I had discussed sometime in Summers 1960 with almost a whole line blank, the laying on of interviews through blank or other suitable channels. At the moment, I don't recall if this was discussed while Oswald and his family were en route to our country or if it was after their arrival. What?
I've not asked you to read the document. I simply asked you if it makes reference...
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was disobeying.
I simply asked you to indicate whether or not the document makes reference to the laying of interviews.
Yes, it says, I thought about laying on an interview.
And in light of that, does the memorandum suggest that, at the very least, a contact with Oswald was contemplated by the agency?
Not by the agency, by some individual in the agency. And for a lawyer, I think you ought to be more precise.
Mr. Helms, I'm not in a position here today to respond to your criticism.
I'm sorry, I was no criticism.
Mr. Helms, have you testified before at a congressional hearing?
At any time?
Yes, sir.
You mean in my life?
Yes, sir.
On more than one occasion, yes.
And during those occasions, sir, was the standard operating procedure for the attorney to ask questions and for the witness to answer them?
I must confess during my life, Mr. Goldsmith, that I was usually asked questions by the senators or the congressmen involved.
Very well, Mr. Helms. Under those circumstances, again, was the procedure for the member of the committee or its staff to ask the questions and to have the witness answer the questions?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you before you came to testify here today that that procedure would not be followed?
I don't recall discussing it with anyone.
Fine, then let's follow the standard operating procedure, Mr. Helms.
Certainly, Mr. Goldsmith.
Do you know what follow-up there was to this memorandum dated 25 November 1963?
I have no idea.
I would like to draw your attention to the last line on this memorandum. It makes reference to the Harvey story.
Yes.
Do you know what Harvey story that is referring to?
No, I do not.
Did the agency debrief Lee Harvey Oswald upon his return from the Soviet Union?
I was not aware if it did. I don't believe it did.
Would standard operating procedure have called for Oswald to have been debriefed?
I would not have thought so, Mr. Goldsmith. I think that the standing operating procedure when he returned to the United States would have been for the Navy to debrief him.
And why is that, sir?
Because he had been a member of the Marine Corps, and I believe he stayed in the Marine Reserve, if I'm not mistaken. But in any event, the understandings were that military officers were handled by the intelligence organs of the defense establishment.
So I take it then that the agency had no interest in finding out whatever information Oswald may have picked up during his work at a radio factory in Minsk?
I think that they would have hoped that they would have got that information from the Navy.
And did the agency ever obtain that information from the Navy?
I don't know.
Again, Mr. Helms, would you agree that a memorandum that makes reference to the possibility of laying up interviews on Oswald is contemplating a contact with Oswald? I'm not suggesting the contact necessarily occurred, sir, but that it's contemplating a contact.
Apparently someone, and I'm sorry, but the memorandum is so sanitized that I don't know who it was, nor do I know in what part of the agency he was, apparently had an idea at some point that maybe it would be a good idea to interview Oswald. To the best of my knowledge, his thought never came to anything.
Did the agency ever interview the author of this memorandum to determine whether there was any follow-up?
I don't know. I don't know who wrote the memorandum.
Do you think if there were a written report summarizing what the agency had done in its investigation of the Oswald agency allegation, that perhaps issues like this might more readily be resolved?
I don't know. I think these issues are very difficult to resolve, particularly 15 years later when I don't even know what I'm dealing with.
Do you think that the availability of a written report summarizing the steps that the agency went through would facilitate resolving this issue today?
Yes, I think probably it would have been, in light of hindsight, it might have been very useful if we had had a memorandum for the record of everybody in the agency who was talked to about Oswald. We should have kept that going for several years.
If I may have a moment, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel Goldsmith is looking through his
Mr. Helms,
notes.
what is a 201 file?
believe a 201 file, if memory serves, is simply the number given to a type of file in the agency in which personality information is placed. In other words, if you open a 201 file on the chairman of this committee, for example, it would simply be information that had come into the agency which involved that gentleman.
Why would the agency have opened a 201 file on Oswald?
Why would it have?
Yes, sir.
Well, I believe at some point a decision must have been made that Oswald was perhaps a matter of continuing interest, and therefore the information which we held on him should be put in a file. I would like to suggest to the committee that when a government agency receives mail, it has to do something with it. And one of the things that you do with it is to try and categorize the type of information it is and where it would best be filed so that if you need it at some future date, you can get it back.
I would ask that Mr. Helms be shown JFK F534.
Clerk Elizabeth Burning has brought the exhibit to Mr. Helms for his perusal.
For the record, that is a Department of State telegram dated October 31st, 1959. Would you please read to yourself that telegram?
Joe, I think that's the telegram no, that can't be the Mexican telegram. It's too early.
No, 59, he was in, Oswald was in the Soviet Union. I think it has something to do with that.
Ah, yes.
Yes, Mr. Goldsmith, I've read it now.
Now, this telegram makes reference to Oswald indicating his intention or desire to defect, and it says that Oswald has offered the Soviets any information he has acquired as an enlisted radar operator. My question to you is whether the information contained in this particular telegram would normally lead to the opening of a 201 file.
I just don't know how to answer the question. I would have thought so, but on the other hand, maybe a decision would be made that this was something that involved the Marine Corps and that this was their concern. After all, the Department of Defense has a very large defense intelligence agency, and then it has intelligence units in the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and they do have jurisdiction over their people and their security.
Mr. Helms, I would ask you to refer to your previous testimony to this committee on page 75. Specifically to line 17, in response to the question posed by myself, question reading, would the information contained in this telegram normally lead to the opening of a 201 file? We are referring to the same telegram. Would you please read the response that you gave that day?
Mr. Helms, I would have thought so. An American who was defecting to the Soviet Union would be of counterintelligence interest, and that would have been quite sufficient to have caused the agency to open a file.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of this exhibit.
The exhibit is ordered and is the record at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Helms, when, if ever, is it permissible to remove a document from a 201 file?
I don't really know what the regulations of the agency is anymore about the removal of documents. I would have thought it was not a common practice to remove documents from a 201 file, but whether there were specific cases under which this might have been done for some particular reason, I suppose there were.
When a document is removed from a 201 file, is any record of this event required to be kept?
Normally, I would think that an entry would be made that such and such a document had left the file, so that anybody who was reviewing that file would probably then realize that it was not complete. But I am so far away from these matters anymore, Mr. Goldsmith, that I'm really not a good witness on these technicalities, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm not. And I would not like the vagueness of my memory to mislead anybody.
I would ask that Mr. Helms be shown JFK F523. For the record, I might indicate, Mr. Chairman, this is a form that is used to initiate the opening of a 201 file. Mr. Helms, in whose name was this 201 file opened?
The name is Oswald Lee, and the middle name Henry.
Did the agency ever...
Excuse me, I stated 9 December 1960. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure I could read it.
Did the agency ever initiate inquiry as to why the file in Oswald was opened under the middle name Henry instead of Harvey?
I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Goldsmith. I believe that it caused a great deal of controversy at the time that it was discovered after President Kennedy's death. But what the resolution of the matter was and whether any logical explanation was found, I don't know.
Did you ever see a written report dealing with this issue?
If there was one, I don't recall seeing it, but I have no doubt that somebody must have made an effort to explain it.
Now, you made reference earlier to the date of this particular document. It's 9 December 1960. The State Department telegram, which we showed you earlier, was dated October 31st, 1959. That's the document that made reference to Oswald intending to defect and to give military information to the Soviets. Why, after the receipt of this State Department telegram in October of 59, would it have taken more than a year to have opened the 201 file in Oswald?
I have no explanation for that, Mr. Goldsmith. I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Would a routine name trace for Lee Harvey Oswald have resulted in a reference to the file opened under the name Lee Henry Oswald?
Well, I believe that the procedure in the agency was that when traces were being run of this kind, that all the Oswalds would have been run, and that certainly all the Lee Oswalds would have been run. And it probably was at that time that it was discovered that there was a mistake here.
So I take it your answer then is yes?
Yes.
Now, I noticed under the column, under the section here, in the middle of the page where it says Other Identification, the initials AG are inserted. Do you know what the term AG or the initials AG stand for?
I'm sorry, I'm not with you. I'm very sorry, but I've missed it.
Please just look down the right-hand side of the page.
Yes.
There's a column marked Other Identification, and within that column, the term AG or the initials AG appear. Do you know what that term stands for?
The country of birth, USA.
WFCR Amherst.
I note by looking...
I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry. I just don't know.
I understand. I note by looking at the bottom of the page that Oswald's file was restricted. Do you know why Oswald's file would have been
No,
restricted?
I don't.
Is that unusual in any way?
Maybe because he was an American. But I don't literally know the reason.
Is it unusual for files to be restricted?
I wouldn't have thought so. The agency was loaded with different kinds of classifications and classification procedures and special arrangements and so forth to take care of unusual circumstances, so I don't think that was unusual.
Mr. Helms, are 201 files ever maintained on a covert basis? Or is there ever such a thing, for example, as a fake 201 file?
I don't know. You brought to my attention the fact that you had discovered one in the agency. I was not aware of the phenomenon myself prior to your having brought it to my attention. But since you did find one, then I must concede that I guess there was such a thing, but I was not aware of the one that you brought to my attention, and I'm not aware of any others.
Let's examine that particular one at this point. I would ask that Mr. Helms be given JFK F522.
Thank you.
I would ask that you refer specifically to, before I ask you to refer to specific pages, what was the ZR rifle project?
Well, my understanding from the hearings at, I believe it was of the Church Committee, that ZR rifle originally started out as an identification of a project that was supposed to cover a man who in turn had been taken on to have available an operational capability to kill people. This man was hired before I was aware of these things. I've learned this in hindsight, but I believe that's what ZR rifle was supposed to be. And then I believe later it metamorphosed into something else. But anyway, after I became deputy director for plans, I put on the shelf for good and all any use of this capacity for killing people. We didn't need that. So that was the end of that. If ZR rifle continued after that, it was in another context, and I don't remember precisely what the context was. I can read what you have given me here, that it was to spot, develop, and use agent assets for Division D operations. And my recollection of Division D was that it was the operational staff in the agency which attempted to procure code and cipher materials overseas for use by the National Security Agency.
Now, and in fact, that, from which you were just reading, the reference to Division D has no reference at all or no bearing at all upon any executive action type program, any type of assassination program.
I would not have thought so. If that was in Division D, it must have been there for convenience. Maybe they didn't know where else to put it, and I can't blame them.
Or it's also possible that the person who wrote this particular set of notes was writing that aspect of it simply to mislead people by referring to Division D to cover up the fact that this was an assassination activity.
I don't know whether that was the idea or not, Mr. Goldsmith.
Then let's take a closer look at this particular document, and I'll identify it. The document consists of handwritten notes. The notes are in the handwritings of two different individuals.
Yes, I noticed here that on one of the pages should have a phony 201 to backstop this.
You are reading from which page now, sir?
Well, I'm sorry, they're not numbered, Mr. Goldsmith. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just really let me see. 1, 2, 3. This is page 4.
And you're referring to the bottom of the page where it says, should have phony 201 and
yes.
RI?
That's it. That's it.
Let me read that for the record. The document indicates, should have phony 201 and RI to backstop this. All documents therein forged and backdated. Should look like, I believe that says a CE file.
I think that must be what it means.
I'd like to refer your attention now to page 6, 2 pages further.
Right.
The bottom right-hand portion of the page, approximately 5 or 6 lines up, the person wrote in, never mentioned the word assassination. Is that true?
Yes, that's what it says.
Would you turn to the next page? Does that page say, no projects or papers except for cover? And does it also say cover file, create to, from, RIS. The rest is not really legible. Does it contain that language?
Yes, I don't know. I can't read it either. And it's so cut up and excised and so forth, it really doesn't make much sense.
In any event, Mr. Helms, do these handwritten notes contain any indication that this particular project contemplated the use of fake files?
That's what it says here. I don't know any more about it than that. But this is the item that you, as I mentioned a moment ago, that you had brought to my attention earlier, and I concede that that's what this says. But I find it awfully difficult to deal with these matters so totally out of context and excised and sanitized and so forth. My recollection is, as I have told you, that the ZR rifle project, if it was an individual that was supposed to kill people, he never killed anybody, and he was never used for that purpose after I had anything to do with it. And any further business of SR rifle was involved in something else entirely.
Mr. Helms, I would ask you to refer to page 86 of your prior testimony. Which was given at a time when you had access to the complete document.
Is the top of that page supposed to have been censored by the agency, or is that somebody else's lining that goes?
No, sir, that was not intended to be sanitized by the agency. I believe your lawyer will confirm that. I want to refer your attention to the...
Declassified.
What?
That is declassified.
This is declassified?
Yes.
Well, what does the line mean? What?
At one point it was classified and they declassified it.
Excuse me, Mr. Goldsmith, I was confused by what I was looking at here.
I understand your concern, and that's quite all right. The question posed to you that day by myself, I'll read it to you. In any event, would you agree that here is a case where, at the very least, agency personnel were contemplating the use of a fake 201 file and possibly a fake operational file? Would you please read your answer?
Mr. Helms, yes, it looks like that, but then his boss would have known about this. He would have had to get permission to do that. Somebody would have known about it. Is that as far as you wanted me to read?
Yes. I have one more exhibit to show you, Mr. Helms.
Certainly.
I would ask that Mr. Helms be given JFK F524. And while that's being done, Mr. Chairman, I would request that JFK 522, 524, and 526 be entered into the record.
Without objection, the exhibits are ordered into the record at this time.
In addition, I would request that JFK 520, 512, and 523 also be entered into the record.
Without objection, the exhibits are ordered into the record at this point.
Thank you. The first page of Exhibit 524 is a letter from Mr. Breckenridge to Professor Blakey of this committee. I would refer your attention... Why don't you read both pages?
Mr. Helms is reading the
I've had a
letter.
chance to read it now, Mr. Goldsmith. Thank you. Not only Mr. Breckenridge's covering memorandum to Mr. Blakey, but also the attached memorandum, which is unsigned and just says to Chief, I don't know what.
Now, does this memorandum make reference to 37 documents being missing from Oswald's 201 file?
Yes, it does. It says that in 1964, 20 February, a comparison of the documents physically available in the 201 file and those recorded as being in the 201 file has shown that 37 documents which should be in the 201 file are not available in it. And then it has a breakdown of what seems to be missing.
Was this document ever brought to your attention?
I can never remember it having been brought to my attention.
Were you ever informed that at least at some time there were 37 documents missing from Oswald's 201 file?
No, but I doubt that would have been brought to my attention. I would have assumed that somebody in charge of the registry would have gone looking for the documents.
Is the information contained in this document particularly sensitive?
You mean sensitive operationally or in a security sense?
Sensitive in the sense that the agency normally attributes to that term.
I wouldn't have thought so.
In light of that, why would this document have carried the classification of secret and the restriction of for eyes only prior to its declassification?
Sir, I'm sorry, but I don't see eyes only on it, nor do I see secret on it.
I understand that. I said prior to its declassification. Please reread the letter to Professor Blakey from Mr. Breckenridge.
It formerly bore the classification of secret and the handling restriction of eyes only. I don't know. Maybe it was overclassified. A lot of documents in the agency were.
Thank you very much, Mr. Helms. I have no further questions.
It's been a long afternoon, and I imagine Mr. Helms would be ready for a recess period. I think we are very close to finishing. We have one other member who wishes to ask questions. I know you are anxious to finish this afternoon. Would you prefer to take a 10-minute recess at this time, or would you like to attempt to finish up?
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go right along. I'd like to finish, if we possibly can, as soon as we can.
All right. The chair recognizes Mr. Sawyer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sawyer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ambassador. First, I'd like to clear up what I think was a combination of misstatements about what Mr. Hart testified to vis-a-vis Hsca. He did not say that we should not believe the veracity of what Hsca said. He said he believed that,
yes,
but that he felt because of the size and compartmentalization of the KGB that he would not at all necessarily know whether they had contact with him or not, and for that reason cautioned accepting it. Now I'm quite puzzled with this combination of not having accepted the bona fides of Hsca and yet putting him on the payroll as a consultant. How can you possibly get any value out of information supplied with someone when there is a belief, or at least a strong possibility, that he is a double agent there for the specific purpose of deceiving him?
Well, sir, this is the constant and continuing hazard in all intelligence work of this kind. There isn't a statement that's made by any defector that comes to the United States that's taken the whole cloth. We take all the statements, and then they're checked out, and there's an effort made to find out if they're true, and they're examined, and research work is done on them, and so forth. Because this is a very difficult and untidy problem, I'm sad to say. And it was particularly untidy given the importance of the Hsca case. I have been told that he gave useful information to the agency and to the United States government about certain Soviet operations overseas and certain information about the KGB. I can't personally attest to this, and I'm sorry, but I believe that certain of his information was believed to be of value.
Well, it seems to me, looking at the facts of this thing, here he was incarcerated under horrible conditions for a period of some 5 years, or approximating 5 years. And then apparently it was the project was given up as not being able to resolve the question, at least to everyone's satisfaction. And there are memoranda indicating it would be now a great catastrophe to release this man, presumably, because after what had been done to him here in the country, it would be devastating if he talked much about it. And there was even a memorandum of the director of the Soviet bloc group or division discussing the possibilities of disposing of him and elaborating on that to mean either liquidation or drugging him to a point he became incomprehensible so he couldn't tell anybody anything, or else just putting him in an insane asylum and throwing away the key, apparently. Now, it would just seem to me that after what you people did to Hsca here in this country, without any color of law at all, that you really only had two choices. One was to dispose of him, as suggested.
That was never considered, Mr. Sawyer.
Well, I'm talking about what your division chief for the Soviet bloc wrote down that was being considered.
He was,
at least by him.
He was the deputy division chief, and maybe he did write this down, but I say that these things were never brought to my attention. The suggestion was never made to me. This was never an option that was considered.
Well, look, you testified about your considering assassinating people along with the mafia. It's nothing new to you people, apparently, to assassinate somebody.
That's your statement, Mr. Sawyer.
Well, I thought that's what you've been testifying to here, about willingly becoming a party to an assassination either by syringe, by gun, or by poison pills of Castro. So once we get in the acceptance of that line, it doesn't seem to me so out of line that would be one of the things you'd consider. And apparently your deputy division chief did consider it. Now, it seemed to me the only other option would be to pay him off handsomely enough so he would keep quiet about this when you let him go. You obviously couldn't deport him very well at this point in time. And it just appears to me, as I look at it, that it's perfectly plain that you exercised the option of paying him off. Now, do you dispute that?
Yes, I dispute it.
So you say you paid over a period of time some $500,000 is about what it amounts to, as I quickly added up, both in lump sum payments and in monthly stipends, to a guy that the agency never decided wasn't in fact there to mislead it and give it false information. You pay it that as a consultant, and you say the motivation was not at all to pay him off. Is that your position?
No, sir, I'm counting to 10. That was what my mother taught me to do under these circumstances.
You're doing what?
I'm counting to 10. This is what my mother taught me to do under these circumstances.
It takes that long.
The effort in Mr. Hsca's case, and the only option that we had available to us, in my opinion, was to resettle him and give him a new identity and handle him in such a way that he would have a chance to make a life for himself on the American scene. It has been 5 years since I had anything to do with his pay. I don't know what's been done to him since.
You said, you couldn't just put him out on welfare. Well, what do we do with most immigrants that come in, either from Indochina, that are in effect refugees, or regularly admitted immigrants? We may provide them some educational help in the language or that sort of thing, but we don't pay them off. And here you're talking about sums of money that wouldn't be mentionable in the same breath as welfare. And I just say, as I look at this thing, it just, taking all these facts that you've testified to into account, it would just seem to me, on the face of it, it was a payoff. And I'm surprised to hear you deny it.
I believe that under the Constitution you're entitled to your viewpoint and I'm entitled to mine.
Well, you did in fact plead guilty to having withheld information from a Senate committee, didn't you?
No, sir, I did not.
I thought you had.
I did not. I pleaded nolo contendere.
Oh, so that you just don't contest it then, which is the legal equivalent of a plea of guilty, is correct? Except that it can't be used as an admission against you in a civil case, isn't that right?
I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Sawyer.
No, but I'm sure you were advised by lawyers before you entered a nolo contendere. Were you not?
I was advised by lawyers.
Now, something else bothers me. When you put Nosenko into solitary, you obviously intended to hold him a very long time, did you not?
I don't think that was the intention at the time. The intention was to hold him no longer than it took to find out whether he was bona fide or not, or to satisfy ourselves on this.
But you invested in building a whole separate vault and building around it and so forth for the purpose of accommodating Nosenko, did you not?
I asked this morning if anybody from the committee had looked at the building. It was no vault, as I recollect it. I don't think that it was a very expensive building at all.
Where was it located?
It's located in Virginia.
Was it on a military base or not?
I believe those items are classified, and I was told by the agency to go into executive session if you want to discuss this.
Do they still use this?
I don't know.
Was it ever used for anyone else other than Nosenko?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, apparently it was a reinforced steel box that was described by Mr. Hart as being like a bank vault. And he then described that a house had been built around it to accommodate the interrogating staff and guards and whatnot, and then surrounded by a link barbed wire fence. You wouldn't do that just to put somebody in it for a couple of months, would you?
Well, I think it would have depended on the circumstances, and after all, this was a very important case to us, so I don't think that the question of the amount of money that the installation cost really came up.
What was the purpose of moving him from what was apparently a secure place of confinement in this so-called safe house? What was the purpose of building another facility and moving him out of there into that?
Well, I assume that those safe houses are much more complicated to administer. It takes more guards and things of that kind. I think there were practical considerations involved.
But wouldn't it be fair deduction that if you went to the trouble of building a separate facility of this type, that it obviously was going to be quite a long-term incarceration if that's specifically for what it was built?
Well, I have just said, sir, that this was not the intention. The intention was to try and find out whether this man was bona fide, and that was the objective. And when we had done that, we would have let him loose. And if this was a mistake in building this house, then I guess it was a mistake.
You said, too, that, you didn't subject Nosenko to physical abuse. Well, as I've both talked to Nosenko and listened to the CIA official spokesman define it, it was a partial starvation, a being subjected to cold weather without even so much as being provided a blanket, not being allowed fresh air during the heat of the summer for over a year. Don't you consider that, just those items alone, as being physical torture, actually?
I cannot verify those items. I don't know whether they're true or not. You've told me today that they were true.
Well, you were the man in charge when he had been without any legal process or trial, just incarcerated in solitary confinement. You were in charge of the agency that was doing that, weren't you?
No, I wasn't in charge at that time.
Well, during part of that time you were.
I became in charge later.
Well, during part of that time you were, weren't you?
Is there any evidence that when I was the director that these things had happened to him? I don't know. I don't know anything about the time. I hear conflicting stories about how he was treated. You will have to use your stories. I can use mine.
But as you said of McCone, he could have found out anything in the agency that he wanted to find out. You said that right here. Do you remember?
I said that, indeed.
So I presume, being one of the people in charge of this having occurred to the man, you could have found out anything about what was happening to him that you wanted to, couldn't you?
I never was told any tales that...
Did you know? Well, you knew he was in your custody.
That's correct. I did, sir.
And you never made any inquiry about it, about what was happening to him over this 4 or 5 year period?
Of course I did.
Well, did you find out then what they were doing to him? What you were doing to him?
I was never told of these details of his being kept in a room that was so hot that he couldn't stand it or any of those things. Those were never brought to my attention, or I never got those in answer to any inquiry. And if this is the truth, I'm genuinely sorry about it, but I was not aware of it at the time.
Now, you said about Oswald when he came back that from Russia that you wouldn't have had really any particular jurisdiction or interest because he was a Marine. As I understand it, he had been discharged from the Marine Corps, and for how long a period of time does a military service retain intelligence jurisdiction over a person?
I don't know. I really don't.
Now, you, when you were interviewed apparently by a Mr. Lardner, George Lardner of the Washington Post, after your executive testimony here, said in effect to him that, quote, and I quote as you're quoted in that article, and the article is in the Washington Post of Thursday, August the 10th, referring to your appearance here on August the 9th, said, quote, you said to Lardner, quote, your questions are almost as dumb as the committee's, end quote. Does that rather fairly reflect your general opinion and attitude toward congressional
talking to Mr. Lardner after the hearing the other time. I was chatting in the hall with the newspapermen around lunchtime. I don't recall making as acerbic a remark as that, and of course I withdraw it. If I did make it.
Well, you don't think...
I never even saw the article, so it must have been in the first edition of the Washington Post. The article I saw the next day didn't have anything like that in it.
But you don't
It teaches you never to talk to the press. I mean, that's the only lesson it does. If they quoted me accurately, if they didn't quote me accurately, then I shouldn't have made off-the-cuff remarks. But I don't feel that way. I think this inquisition has been admirably handled.
Well, here, if you didn't read the article, let me give you the benefit of the appropriate or the applicable part of it. It says, Helms told reporters during a break that no one would ever know who or what Lee Harvey Oswald, named by the Warren Commission as Kennedy's assassin, represented. Asked whether the CIA knew of any ties Oswald had with either the KGB or the CIA, Helms paused and said with a laugh, quote, I don't remember. Pressed on the point, he told a reporter, your questions are almost as dumb as the committee's. You don't recall any such statement?
I recall an exchange about Oswald because I don't think we are ever going to find out what Lee Harvey Oswald's role was until we get the Russian KGB files. That was all. That was what I was referring to.
Now, there was you did allude to the representation in Mr. McCone's letter or affidavit that there was no formal connection between Lee Harvey Oswald and the CIA. Did that, by the use of the word formal, did you intend to exclude any other type of relationship or contact?
No, Mr. Sauer, I'm sorry. I was trying to use a shortcut, I think, but in the documents that I was given in preparation or before this hearing, the actual affidavit of Mr. McCone is there present, and I think should be permitted to stand on its own feet. In other words, I would not want to say that I was attempting to add or subtract from it.
I see. But there was no specific connotation to the insertion of the word formal.
No, I'm sorry if in my effort to make a short sentence, I didn't go through the various points that were made in there. But as I said earlier this afternoon, I have never found the slightest evidence that the agency had anything to do with Lee Harvey Oswald, and I was just hoping that maybe this hearing would put that rumor to rest.
in your long time with the agency, have you ever known of any example where anything remotely similar to what was done to Nosenko was done to someone else here in this country?
No, I know of no other case comparable, nor do I know of any other case that ever confronted us where a man might have information having to do with the assassination of a president of the United States. So the answer is, to your question specifically, is I know of no other case, and I believe there never was one.
But whereas I recognize your disclaimer of being a lawyer, you certainly know that the police, even with the assassin himself, could never have done anything like this, would never have been permitted to do anything like this. You understand people's rights enough for that, don't you?
Oh, yes, I understand people's rights.
I mean, holding a man in solitary confinement under these kind of conditions without a trial and subjecting him to both physical and mental torture, even with the assassin himself, there's no way the laws of our country permit that kind of thing. You knew that, didn't you?
Well, I rather thought that the legal status of Mr. Nosenko in those days was in a very gray area. And if I'm wrong about it, I wish you would correct me now, Mr. Sawyer, because I'm prepared to be corrected.
Well, he was a human being, wasn't he?
I believe so.
You know, in most states, even treating an animal like this will land you in jail. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any further questions? Mr. Dodd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Helms, you made a point earlier in your testimony today with regard to the testimony of Mr. Hart, talking about his remarks to this committee in light of the fact that he didn't really share with us any specific knowledge about the substance of our inquiry, that is, the connection, whatever there may have been, between the KGB and Lee Harvey Oswald, and to that extent, what information the agency had with regard to that specific information. I have to agree. In fact, Mr. Hart mentioned here that he had stated specifically to the agency that if he were to be expected to talk about Lee Harvey Oswald, then it was pointless in the agency sending him up here because he had no intention of talking about Lee Harvey Oswald. If this committee were to ask you who, in your mind, would be a good witness or several good witnesses that we could talk to, either presently employed in the agency or former employees of the agency, who could shed additional light on that particular aspect of our investigation, who would you suggest?
I would suggest the chief of the Soviet Bloc Division and the deputy chief who has been maligned here. I think that they might come before this committee and answer for themselves as to the reasons behind the way the interrogation was conducted. I think that would be good for openers.
Who are these people again? I'm sorry.
The gentlemen who were chief and deputy chief of the Soviet Bloc Division at the time of the Nosenko interrogation.
Could I go back a minute? Counsel Goldsmith asked you some questions about this 201 file that was taken out on Lee Henry Oswald, I believe was the characterization.
That's right, sir.
There's some confusion, I think, in the committee's minds as to how that file was opened, what kind of a file is. What is a 201 file in the agency?
It's nothing but a personality file. I mean, we might open a file. You get pieces of paper like this and they refer to Christopher Dodd, and we'd open a file on Christopher Dodd. They just happened to be called a 201 file because we had a numbered category of files of different kinds used in different parts of the agency. It has no arcane significance at all. It's just a number. It might have been called file 5-type files or X-type files or something of this kind.
But it takes something to trigger it, I presume.
Yes, it takes a form like this to be filled out to...
And I wanted to get clear in my own mind. Are you familiar, can you tell the committee what it was specifically that triggered the opening of the 201 file on Lee Henry Oswald?
I don't know what happened, sir. I don't know how they got the name wrong. I have no idea anymore, if I ever knew. I don't know whether it was a clerical error, a mistake. of just what? It's awfully hard, I realize, to recognize that in 1978, when you look back 15 years, Lee Harvey Oswald was not a household name. I mean, you know, it may have been that somebody thought it was Henry and read it wrong and it was Harvey. But I think it got straightened out very quickly at the time of the dissemination of reports to the government that he'd visited the Soviet and Cuban consulates in Mexico City.
Mr. Chairman, could we suspend just for a couple of minutes?
Right, I was going to say the gentleman's 5 minutes is about up.
Thank you.
The committee has suspended for a couple of minutes. I imagine what they're talking about up there is what you and I have been talking about among ourselves down here, Joe, and that's exactly what does this business about the 201 file and the ZR rifle file mean? It seems to me that there are suggestions in the material that has come out today that the 201 file may have been a fake file, and that there are 37 documents that were at one time missing from it that I couldn't quite make out may still be missing from it.
Well, it's hard to say whether they were ever in it, because if we read one of the memos here, it says that 37 documents should be in the 201 file, are not available in it. I see down farther, it does say that a couple of State Department documents are missing, 25 cables, presumably from the embassy in Moscow to the U.S., 7 memorandum from the FBI. This would also show do we have a destruction problem here? Mr. Helms in the past has conceded that he, as director of the CIA, ordered other key records destroyed, including some CIA tapes about the time of Watergate.
Well, not
he said
just that.
The routine destruction happens every so many years. You just go through and cull out files, but this entire file wasn't thrown out. And certainly there was an effort on the part of the council and Mr. Goldsmith to determine what are the rules for destroying and removing things from files.
And
Helms said he didn't know.
I get down to the bottom line question here with you very quickly. The mere existence of a 201 file, as I've understood your testimony, does not suggest in any way, does it, that person who is in a 201 file is in any manner, shape, form an employee, agent, operative of the agency?
No, sir, it does not. It simply is a device for holding information. When an individual gets into specific categories of relationship with the agency, then the whole file business has changed.
So the existence of a 201 file on Lee Henry or Lee Harvey Oswald at the agency would in no way indicate that he was in fact a paid employee of the agency.
It means absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, there were files in the agency on congressmen and senators, but they had newspaper clippings in them. I mean, if you are going to file a newspaper clipping, you got to put it someplace.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for making that point of clarification, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you. I have no questions. I think the ground has been very thoroughly covered. I did just want to take my few minutes to make a brief statement about the hearing that we've had today and yesterday. I think the past 2 days of testimony have shown the CIA did things 15 years ago or so which shock us, sometimes shock us profoundly today. I had someone at the luncheon recess conclude from this testimony that America is a lawless society because one of our institutions broke the law some years ago there. Well, this is certainly not a lawless society. Russia is a lawless society where a handful of people control things and where you cannot change it unless a revolution or a war comes along. I think the past few days' hearings here have indicated we can change things. The kind of testimony Mr. Hart of the CIA gave, criticizing his own institution, your testimony today, it's impossible to conceive of a KGB agent, for example, ever admitting that anything they did 15 years ago was wrong. I don't think it was wrong to bring out these horrors of the past. And I think the old adage that the truth can make you free is true here. And the truth about these things, I think, will free up the CIA from past mistakes, and it will free up all of us. And that is the second point I want to make. I think when we view these actions of some time ago today, we should realize that at that time, when these acts were committed, there was a national consensus that this nation's security was in peril. So I think we would want to be very careful how we make retroactive scapegoats. They are those who betrayed one trust, their trust of office, their trust of power, but they did so to preserve another trust, the trust of national security. In all of these hearings, Mr. Helms, in all of the inquisitions that you have been subjected to lately, I don't think anyone has ever suggested that you ever betrayed that other trust of national security. I think in judging the actions of individuals in the past, we want to consider who it was who called up those actions. And in large measure, the American people at that time were calling up these measures out of the fear that our national security was in peril. Mr. Helms, we appreciate your being here with us today and answering all of these questions. At the conclusion of the testimony of our witnesses, we allow each witness 5 minutes to make any statement that he may choose to make. You've testified at some length today, but if there's any matter you wish to clear up, any statements you wish to make, we'll be glad to hear from you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I would like to say is that I deeply appreciate the remarks you have just made at the conclusion of this hearing. I thank you for them. I thank you for your courtesy as chairman. I have no other comments.
Thank you. Is there any Monday? If there is no further business today, the committee stands recessed until 9 o'clock Monday morning.